Hi guys.
Hi everyone.
Hi guys.
Good. Shall we start?
Yeah.
Sure.
Hi guys.
Hi guys.
Hi everyone. Hi Sid. Hi Akhil. Hi Ashutosh. Hi Rahul. Hi Akhil. There are two
Hi
Akhils now.
everyone.
From the
Right.
same industry.
Yeah. Right. Right. So I'll take.
Hi Akhil. Hi Ashutosh. Hi
Hi.
Rahul. There are two Akhils now.
From the same industry.
Echoing.
Yeah.
There's
Sid,
a lot of echo. I am not sure
yeah,
from
there is
where.
lot of noise. It's much better now. Sid, so I'll introduce you and then maybe hand it over to you for next 40 odd minutes. Am I audible, Sid? Can you hear me? No.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. So Sid Agarwal, who is the moderator of the day, works for Google. He's part of Google Developer Expert Program, leads developer student clubs and TensorFlow user groups in India. He's also been very supportive in our journey of Incubate in the past. We've been working with him for almost 3 years now. So over to you, Sid. I think you set the context up now.
India. Perfect. He's also been very supportive. I could hear a lot in our journey of Incubate in the past. We've been working with him for almost 3 years now. So over to you, Sid. I think you set the context up.
Siddharth, if I can interrupt you, there's an echo which is coming from your side. Yeah, it becomes better as soon as you mute. So you may want to use a headphone.
Is it better now?
Much better, much better.
I think there was a YouTube live stream open in one of the tabs for YouTube.
Yeah.
But never mind. Thank you. Thanks everyone for joining in. Thanks, Rohit, for the warm introduction. Is it better now? I think there's still
Much
a tab
better, much
opened up for someone. I think there was a YouTube live stream open in one of the tabs for YouTube.
Yeah.
But never mind. Thank
If anyone is speaking, everybody is on mute actually.
I believe Siddharth is trying to fix the equation.
Yeah.
I don't know, like some audio is repeating. It's not from my end for sure.
If anyone is speaking, everybody is on mute actually.
I guess it's resolved now. Yeah.
I don't know, like no one could still hear. Some audio is repeating. Not from my end for sure.
If anyone is speaking, everybody is on mute actually.
I guess it's resolved now.
Yeah, Sid, maybe that live link tab is opened on your laptop. Just check it out once.
Can you folks hear me?
That live link, that AI.NXT website link may be opened on your laptop. That's why it's a repeating sound is coming. Can you check it once?
1 second.
Or a YouTube link. Any link is opened, I think, in a background or something like that.
Okay. Yes. That was my mistake. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I know. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Hello everyone. Thanks for joining in for this YouTube live session to talk about artificial intelligence, the driving force of Industry 4.0.
Today we have with us Akhil, who is co-founder and CTO of Zolo, Ashutosh from Zodovo Technologies. He's also director at Inc Innovation. We have Rahul Prasad, who is co-founder and CTO of Boggle.ai. We have Akhil again, but this time like CTO and co-founder of NoBroker.com. I will let you folks do a quick introduction of yours, like what you do, and like what is Zolo, what is Zodovo, what is Bobble.ai, NoBroker.com. If you can like spend a quick 1 minute, a Twitter like introduction of yours.
Sure. I'll start. Hi, I'm Akhil Sikri, and we founded Zolo in 2015. It's a managed co-living startup. So basically, we provide living in various options, and we manage the whole show for the customer. So you don't have to worry about your electricity bill, maintenance, security deposit. Everything is managed by us. And from a for let's say someone is thinking from a US perspective, it's more like a leasing and subleasing. But from an Indian perspective, it's basically more of a service department slash somewhere between PG and service department. So this industry has been there from a very long time, but we are here to organize it and provide the best customer experience possible, right? And so 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 basically, we started in 2015. I have a failed startup in education industry before this. Spent 2 years into that, and since 2015, we have been running the company. I've been leading the technology and product, and yeah, it has been a great journey so far. And things are, I would say, with COVID, things are a little tough, but we see a bright future for the industry as the economy revives.
Awesome. Thanks, Akhil, and welcome once again.
Thank you.
I guess I'll take first. So, hi everyone. My name is Ashutosh. I am a co-founder of a company called Zodovo Technologies. So, we are into the industrial IoT space. We do monitoring and analytics for industrial assets. We work with Excite Industries, Dubai Airport, ISRO, Indian Navy. So we founded in 2017, but we've been working on this for almost 4 years now. And I mean, mostly it's been around the journey started around getting central piece connected, all the machines connected to one place, and then after that we started on the analytics part. Now analytics forms as the core sector for us. I've been in the industry for almost 18 years, and I've been doing machine learning since 2009. So I was part of JP Morgan's credit assessment, which was done through machine learning. And happy to be here, happy to be in part of this session.
Super. Thanks, Ashutosh. Akhil, Rahul, and if you would like to go next.
I can go next. So, hello everyone. I am Rahul Prasad. I am co-founder and CTO of Bobble.ai. So, we are known for our flagship products. We have two flagship products: Bobble Keyboard and Mint Keyboard. Mint Keyboard is the product which is the default keyboard of Xiaomi phones. These are the two flagship products we are known for. We are working on artificial intelligence around three fields. There are three ways you can give input to a device. One is through text, one is through voice, and another is through image. So we are using artificial intelligence to research on those areas, and we are coming up with new services. These services are being used within the keyboard to improve user experience, and also being provided to businesses as a B2B business, like content as a service, or transliteration as a service, speech to text as a service. So everything that we are researching on, we are also providing those things as a service to other industries to work on that and to increase their value. So that's it.
Amazing. Thank you, Rahul, and welcome once again. Over to you, Akhil.
Hi guys, so I'm Akhil Gupta. So me and Akhil Sikri shares the first name. So I'm co-founder of NoBroker.com, and it's a C2C real estate platform, one of its kind across the globe, where we have transformed the way real estate works by eliminating the brokers from the transaction. So started way back in 2014, started working on idea in 2013. It's been 6.5 years. It started as a residential platform for connecting owners as a tenant, and as we speak, we do residential, commercial, rentals, buy, sell, and all the services around real estate. If you need rental agreement, packers and movers, you want interiors, you want cleaning, painting, you want to pay rent using your credit cards. And the latest to the arsenal has been our flagship product called No Broker Hood, which is a apartment management app which takes care of visitor management, financial management, and all the amenities management. So idea is like that No Broker should be the single place for anything what you need for real estate, and all the ancillary services associated with also should be taken care by No Broker itself.
Super. Thank you so much, Akhil, and welcome once again. So today we are going to talk about like Industry 4.0, the fourth industrial revolution. We are talking about the digital transformation of manufacturing, production, and related industries, like those value creation processes, representing a new stage in the organization and the control of the industrial value chain. So this is to like all of you out here. How do you think like this Industry 4.0 really work, and what changes you are observing in the current times, like in the COVID times we're talking? Anyone would like to like take a step?
If I can put it in a very small sentence, I think everything is being smart. So that is how Industry 4.0 can be defined. Like in manufacturing world, the process of manufacturing is being smart. So being smart can be related to artificial intelligence, but being smart in general, services are being smart, product are being smart, service providers are being smart, things are being automated. This is how I would like to define Industry 4.0.
Yeah, so just to add to it, so basically all about when we talk about Industry 4.0, it's all about automation. How exactly we build solutions from the customers for the customers which are new, which are novice, which are helping solve the real customer problems. So if you see the way technology has grown, if you talk about like 5-10 years back, when even managing a server, you had to had either your own servers, you had to host your data, or you have to have a physical data center. But as we speak, once the technology has moved to cloud, DevOps or the cloud engineering part of it has reduced a lot. Like even if the way it has happened during COVID, where all the social networking apps started getting 3x, 4x traffic within a days or a week time. So they really didn't have to bother about that how exactly my infra will scale. With Kubernetes, with multiple auto scaling technologies available, everything happens on its own. So Industry 4.0 is all about how you make solutions, how do you leverage AI, how do you use machine learning to build smart solutions. Like to just quote an example, what we did at No Broker during this COVID time, once there was a time early in the March and April where there was very less demand for real estate, we made use of that particular time to build the products. And onto the No Broker Road app, where all the entries are managed by the security guards, and they had to come in close contact with the maids or the daily helps who are coming into the apartment. So we quickly innovated and we built a face entry recognition platform. So with that, they just take a photograph once, and for the daily entries, they really don't have to come into the close contact of the daily help. They just point their camera towards the face of the daily help, and it recognizes and automatically checks in that particular daily help. So with that, multiple things, all the false entries which used to happen from staff, where somebody is not even coming to the office, or you can say the apartment, and they are just putting the proxy, that is stopped. social distancing is taken care of without even risking anything onto the guard side. So it's all about building smart solutions, how to leverage technology, not in particular AI. It can be as simple as automating something, and how do you automate the mundane task. That's all about Industry 4.0 according to me.
Yeah, I would like to add, as such, I think certainly like automation has a huge role to play, and maybe like extending Rahul's point of smart, right? So a lot of it has to do with the predictive analytics. So today, based on data, you can figure out a lot of details. How would my cost look like if um, if my number of customers go down, or if something like this happens? Based on so many other parameters, you can have a lot of predictive analytics. Uh, so based on your web search volume, you can kind of do a predictive analysis of that. Hey, this is how my demand would look like, right? This is how my costs will look like. So a lot of it has to do with uh, how can you kind of analyze the data and also project a lot of analytics in future, that hey, this is how my predictions look like, and they are becoming more and more close, right? So if earlier, maybe I think if we take an example of earthquake or something like this, where earlier it was hard to detect, now we are able to figure out that hey, this is how it will look like, or at this point of time it will come up, right? And yeah, that's, I would say, like a lot of it has to do with predictive and analytics.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I think just to add on to that, right? I mean, a lot of this has been around, what we discussed right now was about the digital transformation part of it, right? So if you look at Industry 4.0, from a asset point of view, that's right. From it's more of a digital transformation. But if you're looking at manufacturing or smart cities, right? So there's like a lot of other aspects that come into play as well, right? You have all kinds of machineries which are mechanized in some ways. You have control systems which are getting the data, but they're all local. So then the Industry 4.0 also has one part to play to bring them to a central place. So unless you have everything at a central location, it's hard to do anything about it. So then once you get the data at a central place, then you can do things like anomaly detection, prediction, digital twins and stuff. But the other side of it, which is getting more and more interesting these days, is compute on the edge, which is doing analytics on the edge. You don't really leave the system. So your intrusion detection systems, or if you're talking about finding the faults in real time. So the compute on the edge is what is right now driving Industry 4.0 to a larger extent in the manufacturing sector.
Yeah, no, totally agree with you, Ashutosh. And I think like AI on edge is something that interests me a lot. How you can use the potential of AI and bring it to the edge devices, to those low computation devices, while there have been times when we moved from traditional servers to the cloud computing and now coming back to the edge computations. But having said that, like Ashutosh, you work at Inc. also, like you're director at Inc. It's a Kochi and Sydney-based startup ecosystem, fostering young startups, early stage startups. So, from your experience of working with these startups out there, how are startups using AI to work with big data or with like those huge volumes of data?
So we're certainly seeing a sudden shift, right? I mean, if you had asked me this question 3 years ago, I probably would have said that it's still relatively new, right? But now we see a lot of younger startups, especially at the college level, and then kids who have just graduated. They're coming with like very innovative solutions around AI, right? So I mean, I go around a lot to Odisha and Bangalore and Pune and all these places to meet students, and then you'll see simple solutions like how do you use like LoRaWAN to connect 10-kilometer radius networks, and then how do you make sure that you're not doing any data loss and stuff like that. So instead of using traditional methods, they're using AI to boost the signals and things like that. So we are seeing a lot of new technologies coming up, whether it's like drone related or object detection, and especially in the agri-tech section, a lot of people are using drones to look at the crops and then find out whether there's like particular insecticide that is required and or not, right? So we are seeing a lot of those changes happening in the last 2-3 years.
Amazing. Thank you. Akhil, I believe like Zolo's inventory optimization and marketing spend for certain properties are like powered by machine learning. So from Zolo's perspective, like how does AI and ML play a vital role in providing like a good experience to the customer? How do you think it really helps?
Um, so one of the major projects that we have been working on is social compatibility. So a lot of our customers stay in shared living where they stay like two people in one room, or rather it will be a flat and then there will be like four guys in a 2 BHK or 3 BHK flat, right? So there's a lot of so we are developing algorithms, we are developing kind of models to have the right compatibility. So there is a set of people who come as a pair together, right? So let's say there are 3-4 guys who are from the same college. They say that, hey, so they have the preference uh, and they know that, hey, we want to stay together. But a majority of our demand is basically looking for a room, and they're expecting us, or uh, rather it's up to us to ensure that we have the best roommate for them, right? So that's one project which has been ongoing and has been very useful. If we get it right, the experience, the overall the customer complaints, everything kind of reduces a lot, right? And so that's one. Second is we are building a community which is, we're calling it Zoo Tribe. So it's a like set of people who are connecting with each other based on common interests, based on common companies, right? So so that's other area which we are exploring, and so far it's in initial stages, but the initial feedback from customers is great.
That is quite interesting. I would love to try it out whenever you're launching it.
Sure, we are planning. So we have built it in a way that we should be able to launch it for any set of community, like whether it's a corporate setup, we can give it to a certain company. Well, a company has 5 branches or 5 branch offices or 15 branch offices, and every branch office comes as a small mini tribe and gets part of a big tribe. And we are also planning to launch it for apartments. So the way we have built it is so that it's not just specific to Zolo. It can be kind of set to any set of people. It could be colleges where there are multiple hostels and every hostel is a tribe. And so yeah, it's a lot of action happening over there. And yeah, so that's quite interesting. We might be able to launch it just for a separate company. You don't have to be part of like Zolo itself.
Eagerly awaiting for it. Okay. So over to you, Rahul. Like you folks are making the phone smart again, like with Bobble AI. You've been doing really hard. You said like it's already like as an inbuilt product in Xiaomi phones. So what is the role of AI and ML to make products and services better? How to drive customer value by using AI? And very specifically, like in an industrial setting, I know like from a technological startup, from a tech startup, you would have a lot of insights. But can you also like tell something from your experience how AI helps in an industrial setting?
Okay. So first of all, I would like to tell about how we are using AI to make our product better. So we are an AI company. So most of our things that we are making is based on AI. For example, the emoji which is being predicted. So if you are writing, "Hello, how are you?" and the emoji that will be predicted for you will be through AI. And similarly, the word suggestion, word prediction, the content suggestion, and everything that is happening within the keyboard is based on AI. We are coming up with speech to text for all regional languages. that is also being done through artificial intelligence itself. So there are a lot of things that we are working on using AI. And when you say how are we using to make our product better, so I believe your question is related to that if my product is not based on AI, and then how can I use artificial intelligence to make the product better. So
Exactly.
on an industrial setup, I think everyone wants to increase the revenue and decrease the cost. The optimization part, artificial intelligence can help with optimization. So the thing is, if you write your own code, there are so many cases you can cover, there are so many patterns that you will miss, and a single person or a set of person cannot write all those patterns, cannot come up with the best solution. But what you can do is you can use machine learning to run algorithms to optimize those small things, and all those small optimization will lead to a big optimization for an industrial setup. And now you decentralize it. So instead of just having a single system which is being optimized, you're trying to optimize each and every part of it. Imagine how much optimization it can bring. So this is how AI is being used. AI will be used for optimization in industrial setup.
So there's an interesting question, like very associated with this one from the live audience. So they say like, as AI is the future of industries, can it totally control the whole industry during such pandemic times also?
We
Like
would want that. We
of
would
AI.
want that. Why should not? Tell me what's the problem with that? We should want that everything should be done by machine, and we should just sit back and relax and chill. So our our job should be applying our minds, and machine's job should be doing everything else. So we should be focused on what's next. Every time we should be thinking about what could be done better, and we should leave all those jobs which are manual, which does not require what we have the most, like our mind. So those things should be left to artificial intelligence to automate those things.
Amazing. Thank you, Rahul. Akhil, like nobroker.com is probably the only property listing portal that does not deploy or employ like field agents. Like we all know this, and I believe that the reason is very simple: technology. But could you tell more about like how no broker uses AI to deliver democratic and broker-free real estate experience?
Yeah, so basically, as you rightly said, we don't employ anybody on ground to help customers, and everything is taken care of technology. And what are the benefits? Benefit is like you can scale much faster, you can control the quality of the service what you are offering to the customers. And now to quote some example, how exactly we use it, like and because our name is no broker, we can never employ a broker to do a stuff. So that forces us to use technology always. So now what we try to do using technology is we try to give the experience which an extremely good broker would have given had it existed in the system. So what would a broker would have done? It would have told you that basis your office location, if your wife is working, if your kids are going to the school, he or she will triangulate a location and tell you where exactly you should stay within your budget. So now, if you see at No Broker, we do this triangulation using the real-time traffic information from the Google, and we can say, okay, you travel. You can say that I start for office at 9:30, and I work in eco space, and where should I live? So that time, platform can itself tell you, okay, you should be living towards the Marathalli side, or maybe you should be living towards the HSR side, but this is a time it will generally take you to reach to your office. And if your kids are studying onto the Sajapur side, it's better to live towards Sajapur road, because the triangulation way will be better for you. So that's the thing which generally was happening using heuristics. If a person is well aware of the locality, that person would have given you that information. Data democratizes that particular thing and gives you unbiased opinion without considering the fact whether I have the property in that particular location or not. One is that. Second, when lakhs of people are posting their property every month. So we get around 2 lakh properties every month, new properties every month onto the portal, and every property will have approximately 15 to 20 pictures. So on daily basis, we are talking about thousands of pictures which are being uploaded. And when people upload the pictures for some reason, some silly reason, owner will want to put their selfie or they will want to put a good morning message with a flower in it. That should not come onto the portal, correct? So for that, we built a platform which we call internally as Iris, which is like your eye, which identifies the object within the image. So we do the object identification within the image to know whether this image has a bed, that image has a dining table, or there is a wash basin, or there is a toilet seat, or there is a facade. Basis that we tag the images and we upload it automatically. At the same time, we check for all the nuisances which can be there and eliminate those particular things. So with that, when we started, we had a team of people who were sitting within our call center and who were constantly monitoring these pictures and uploading it on behalf of the customer. That has been automated. Benefit: the cost of doing this particular job, it's a mundane task. It has been automated. It's only the machine which does the work. So the cost has reduced, the time has reduced. Earlier, when a user used to post a property on NoBroker, it used to take anywhere between 12 hours to 18 hours for that property to show up onto the portal. Now it takes 5 to 7 minutes. It's like, to add to that particular thing, when someone was post a property, as a seeker, I will want to know most of the things about that particular property, like where exactly is the property, how close, how many hospitals are close, how many schools are there, what is good about this property, how is the commutability and all those things. So for that, we have built something called commute score, livability score, and even the description of the property, what you read on NoBroker, that will look like human has written that particular description. That is generated by a machine. That is called SIA, synthetic description generator, which makes use of the information which is available close to the property, like how many hospitals are there, schools are there, things which matter to you. So like, if you are a young guy, you may want to have pubs, or you wanted to have pubs before pre-COVID, where you wanted to go maybe after your office. So you can look for properties which are closer to party area. So that happens. Similarly, as I mentioned, onto the NoBroker Hood side, where when the entries are happening, how do we bring in automations, face entry? Right now, as we speak, due to COVID, people are scared, correct? So the one thing which everybody does is that take the temperature and see if somebody is wearing the mask or not. But with lot of asymptomatic patients being increased, you really don't know, even if my temperature is 98.6 degree Fahrenheit, am I carrying any kind of virus with me or not? So for that, we have recently integrated with Arogya Setu app. With that, what happens is, because Arogya Setu is tracking everybody around you, with that, they know how much is the risk what you are carrying. So we integrate with that particular app for anybody who is coming in and check, other than temperature and the mask, if there is a way by which you are carrying a risk, because you had come in close contact with anybody who is either running at a high risk or who is already a COVID positive. So those are the things. So whole idea is, as I mentioned earlier, come up with the solutions which can be done at scale without putting people to work, rather than we believe in making machines and apps work for us.
Amazing. Thank you. Thanks, Akhil. And I believe like No Broker also raised some 30 million USD in the recent funding. You also like this came in like immediately after you folks acquired an ERP solution company, Society Connect. So what are your plans to like make the real estate transaction journey like seamless? Like
So,
what are your future plans? What are you
yeah. So
looking for like next year?
sure. So as I mentioned, we want NoBroker to be Google of real estate. Anything what you need for real estate should happen on NoBroker. It started as a matchmaking platform. So now, because you have the trust on NoBroker, I have got your house without you paying any brokerage, or you might have paid just 1,000 to 2,000 rupees for our service. You have high trust on NoBroker, and with that trust, we have four pillars of services. One is the discovery platform, which is the core NoBroker platform. Another one is the NoBroker home services platform, which gives you rental agreement, packers and mover, cleaning, sanitization, everything, loan, legal assistance. Third is no broker payments, which helps you make your rent payment, maintenance payment, token deposit, anything what you need from credit card, and we reward you for that particular thing. And fourth one is our no brokerhood app, which goes into the apartment and makes the apartment living easier and secure using technology. So those are the four areas, four verticals where no broker works. And it's still early days. We are 6-year-old company, but still we are only in 7 cities. We have just scratched the whole market. So if you talk about Bangalore, we might be at 8 to 10% penetration. So we want to go deeper in existing cities and launch 25 to 30 cities in India, and after that take this solution globally.
Awesome. Thanks, Akhil. So Ashutosh, like Jodova Technologies uses like it basically provides a device agnostic IoT platform. You churn a lot of data, like this data is coming from sensors. It's a crucial element in all this monitoring systems. So do you think like data collection is a crucial enabler in Industry 4.0, or is it just like using AI? Um, or what are your thoughts about it? How do you use AI to work with this data?
Yeah. So it's a mixture of both, right? So when we started the central monitoring, right? So we were just taking the data and then we were ingesting the data, right? A whole lot of pipeline was required to just get the data in, right? But then when you realize that this data can also have its nuances, and then a lot of times it's not there, or the alerts are wrong. So when the alerts are wrong, the whitelisting is done and then the false alerts are set. So stuff like that, so you have to take care of, right? So then that's where we use the edge devices to be a little more smarter, and then we put some anomaly detection algorithms which were there, right? So we have two-phase anomaly detection, and that's something that we devised ourselves. So regardless of the data, like one of the biggest challenges with industrial data is no data is similar, right? When you're in the oil and gas industry, it's different. Power industry, it's different. So no two data is similar, right? So how do you do anomaly detection? So we made a time series agnostic anomaly detection, and then we made a mini version of it so that we can put it on the edge, and then you are detecting it on the edge, right? And the beauty of that is that it's self-learning. So over a period of time, if it generates a false alarm, you tell it that this is the kind of alarms which are wrong, and then it learns from that and gets the data. So that part is still AI based, right? So it's more closer to AI than machine learning, where it's getting the data and then it's learning from that data, right? But at the same time, when we are ingesting the data, some domain expert has to sit on the central side and say that yes, this data makes sense, right? So, I mean, we need some thresholds to be set, right? So, for instance, a very simple example is if you look at something like a turbine data, right? So when the turbines are moving, they're moving at a very high velocity. So at what velocity you would say that the machine has heated up and then it needs to be stopped? You don't know that, right? And the machine cannot know that. So that's something that will come from the learning. But on the other hand, if you're looking at temperature data, right? Temperature stays constant through and through. So if it goes from 32 degrees to 33 degrees, yes, there is a spike over 10 days or 15 days, but that doesn't mean that that spike is a problem. That spike is the new normal, right? So how do you differentiate between the spike being real and the not? So some of it is done through AI on the edge, and then other part we make sure that some domain guy is sitting and then they're defining thresholds in the central system, so which eventually travels back to the main system.
Interesting. Thanks, Ashutosh. Akal, this is a question from the live audience. Gursimrar asked, like, by using the AI in everything, then it means like the human talent and skills will not get a chance in the society. What are your thoughts about it?
This for me?
Okay, are you asking me? Okay, I'll take it up, not a problem. But so, can you kind of repeat?
Yeah,
what's the exact
Gursimrar asked, like, we are using AI in everything. So, how do you think that human talent and skills will get a chance in the society? Don't you think like that will be missed when we are using AI in everything?
So Yeah, I think it's more of a philosophical question that what will happen 10 or maybe 20 years from now. But as of today, AI is just replacing very mundane jobs, very basic jobs, like how you have a chat agent, very basic details of. So most of the companies which I see are using a hybrid model, how Ashutosh mentioned right away, that you have a domain expert and you have a basic check what could have been done, right? So yes, so the the wisdom bar required for jobs is certainly increasing. You can't just say that hey sir, I'm present today and now tell me what to do, right? So that kind of jobs are not required or might get obsolete, right? So having a so like we're using a hybrid model of chat agent as well. That hey, your basic details are taken by chatbot, and then when you have a query which is very personalized or unique to you, that's where it goes to a chat agent, and he can make sense of it, right? So it's like in general, I would say it's obviously tough on the society, or that's more of a government's task or job to figure out what will be done as the employment reduces. But I do believe that it will only replace very mundane jobs, and it will push people to kind of raise the bar of intelligence and start doing next level things. Um, and I think as we have seen in last 100 years, new job opportunities will certainly come up. The value of having human interaction things would increase, right? Having like in general, I do believe people now see value in having a personalized gym sessions, personalized yoga sessions, right? So those values will increase. But yeah, in terms of
I think
all those
those
mundane
redundant
jobs of
manual jobs.
yeah, accounting and all those things will be taken care by. I think even the very basic DevOps job has been taken over by GCP and AWS, and that's how it is. And it will keep on improving. There is no one can stop it, and no one should stop it. The whole idea of industrial revolution was to give more time to people to relax, right?
Yes, very well, Akhil.
I would like to
In the
add to
interest
that.
of time,
So, change.
sure.
Okay. So change is inevitable. Change will come. And the thing is, when last time, suppose look at the automotive industries. Most of the thing has been automated. Earlier, it used to be done by people. Would you wait for 1 year for your bike to arrive to you? Would you wait for 2 years for your car to arrive to you? Is this what you want? No, right? It's getting better. New jobs will be created. People will come up with new jobs. So it's not that people will relax and there will be no jobs. New jobs will be created, but it will only be created if the lower jobs is taken care of by something else. Otherwise, people will keep on doing the lower job, and there won't be any opportunity.
Yeah,
We have to think ahead. We have to
true.
come up with solutions.
Exactly. Very well. So Rahul, apart from AI, do you think companies should also focus around augmented reality, like to increase the revenue? This question came in from a live audience. This person, Siddhant Power, says that a lot of big IT giants are working on AI along with AR. Do you think there's a scope of this unique industry of AI and AR put together to increase revenue for a startup?
Uh, there is a problem in this question. I'll tell you what the problem is. So, you should never think in terms of technology. Technology doesn't come first. So, what happens is sometimes people come up with technology and then they start thinking of problem, what problem it's going to solve. You should never do that. First, come up with a problem. What is the problem and how it can be solved? Is AR the best solution? Is VR the best solution, or it's needed or it's not needed? So always always think problem first and then come up with solution. Never go for a solution first. Never go for a technology first, or never think of a technology and then build a problem around that. So if you are trying to build a company out in this way, that you are coming up with technology and you are trying to build a company around that. You have to be very lucky to find a problem that will be related to your solution. But if you can find a problem which is large enough and you can come up with a very simple solution, you can build a very big company around that.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Rahul. And thanks, everyone. We are running short of time. I would love to interact with you all a bit longer. But yeah, we are running short of time. I really enjoyed this conversation with you all. And hopefully, the live audience also would have enjoyed the conversation with you. Thank you once again. I will now hand over to Rohit. Thanks, Rohit.
Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Akhil. Thank you, Akhil Gupta, Rahul, Ashutosh, everyone. Thank you for taking your time out on a weekend, extended weekend, so to say. Thank you for your time. We look forward to interact with you more
Thank you.
often. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Pleasure's ours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, so
Good morning from India,
good
Professor
morning.
Shapiro.
It's 8 o'clock here. I'm in Frankfurt, Germany, in my apartment. So I'm going to introduce myself. You can see me for a moment. Then I'm going to do the share screen and switch to showing a PowerPoint, and then talking while we're looking at the slides in the PowerPoint, which include video clips, which I have embedded, which are some excerpts from films. Uh, so I'm American from New York. I'm a professor in Switzerland and Germany, teaching future design research, which means I also worked as a software developer for about 15 years. So I'm looking at technology both from the inside and the outside. Hopefully, have more than a shallow understanding of technology since I worked in the industry as a programmer, and then from the outside asking what are the effects of industry 4.0 technologies, specifically AI, on our lives, on society, on the economy. And in my teaching, I use science fiction films because I think it's very helpful for the students to get to the basic ideas. So now I'm clicking on share screen. And okay, I just hope that the system audio is going to work. Um, okay, I see audio. Okay, I see I can click on that. And I think it's going to work. Okay, so you see the PowerPoint, and I'm here.
Yes, we do so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I have the full screen. So in 30 minutes, it's not so easy to talk about 100 years of film. So I've selected 5 films, and I know that cinema film is very important in India with so-called Bollywood, and I guess Kollywood is another word that I've seen. So I don't know much about Indian cinema, but I decided that one of the 5 films that I'll say something about, I noticed there was one important film called Enthiran, which is about AI, where a scientist invents a robot with AI, and so I noticed that in India, a very important, great film industry, but there have been very few films about science fiction, which seems a bit curious since science and technology are so important in India. But I'll say something about that, maybe contradiction. The other films I'm going to look at: 2001 Space Odyssey, 1968 by Stanley Kubrick, generally considered to be the most important science fiction film of all time. Ex Machina, a recent film, which is British, Blade Runner, great film. We all know recently the sequel, Blade Runner 2049, came out. And then I go all the way back to 1927, the German film Metropolis by Fritz Lang, which is considered to be the first science fiction film in black and white, a silent film, and has deep influence on everything that came before. So, since we have very little time, I'm just going to try to get across a couple of important points, uh, which is basically okay. There's something on the five films that there are two different meanings of what's artificial intelligence. Both of them have something to do with Industry 4.0. Recently, the meaning of the term artificial intelligence changed a lot. Uh, at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where I studied, there were projects of AI for like 75 years. They were not very successful because AI was seen as a continuity of informatics or computer science with its rule based approach. And now we know that the rule based approach doesn't really work because the world is much more complex than rules, and we don't have complete information. So we need to make predictions based on limited data, which is actually we have a lot of data with big data. So you see in the lower half the artificial neural network, deep learning, big data, what I call pattern oriented. And you see in the films that this allows AI to expand beyond rational, logical, calculating intelligence to areas like emotions, behavior, sexuality, the body, and even ethics and morality. And to me, it's a big question, how are we going to integrate morality or ethics into algorithms or AI? Now, the original meaning of AI, and the one that means the most for us in our culture and in films, is the robot, the android who can think. So, my definition of AI is actually when software code can then write its own code, when the software code becomes autonomous from the programmer. Because we know in the classic paradigm of informatics or programming languages, code is a series of instructions. What the software can do is decided in advance by the programmer who is in control. The idea of AI to me is the so called emergence or autonomy of the software when it can write further code by itself. And you see that, for example, with the use of AI in the gaming industry, right? That a game that consists of thousands or even millions of scenes, and how do you write these scenes? The work of the visual designer becomes automated with AI. Now, so let me just go back quickly to the five films, right? The 2001 show. So I want to contrast 2001 and Ex Machina, and I recommend that when you have time later on, you go and watch all these films in the full 2 hours. 2001, 1968, Ex Machina, a very recent film. You see the two contrasting ideas, the two contrasting paradigms of AI. 2001, HAL, the AI computer, goes crazy because it has an idea of AI as perfection, as rule based certainty. It then is totally blown apart when an error occurs, which it can only call then it must be human error, and then HAL starts to kill the astronauts on board the spaceships that's traveling to Jupiter. Ex Machina is much more showing us contemporary AI as an artificial neural network, pattern based, and it's really about uncertainty and indeterminacy. rather than the rule based, right? So the pattern is then the learning process. It's more human like. It's more like how a human child learns a language, feedback, interaction with the environment. Also, AI clearly has a lot to do culturally with the female. Many of these films are showing the female android, like Ex Machina, which in some way means a question of power, slavery, the subordination. Women are connected with nature, like this idea of having a sex doll, the perfect woman that you can manipulate, and it goes all the way back to the first film of Metropolis of 1927. I'll show the scene of the female robot Maria when a human female is then uploaded into the body of the robot. And then I'll show a clip from Entheron and say something about that. What I think what's important with Entheron is two very famous film stars who had a big fan following in India, and then suddenly they're in this film with the narrative story is very different from the films that they had made before. And what did that do to the fan community? Okay, so we start with 2001, Space Odyssey, which I'll show two scenes from. At the beginning of the film, it's called The Dawn of Man. So you see this clip that Stanley Kubrick made brilliantly with actors in ape costumes. So what's depicted here is the moment in biological evolution when the apes become human. So it's a mutation, it's a quantum leap in evolution, according to the story by Arthur C. Clarke, science fiction writer who wrote the screenplay. It was inspired by aliens, by this black alien monolith. What it means is it's the original idea of what is technology. Technology as a tool, because the alien monolith then inspires something in the mind of the apes where they start to understand they can take the bones of animals and use them as a tool, as a weapon. What do? They use it to dominate, to get power, to kill animals, to get power over other ape tribes. So the becoming human is they become superior in a technology way. So let's have a look at this clip to start with. Okay, so we saw, I think the moment when the ape touches the black monolith is somehow when this consciousness of technology as tool for power and domination happens. And then if there were time, I would show the scene where the ape becomes aware about the using the animal bone, and then Kubrick in a very brilliant way cinematographically fast forwards 4 million years to the year 2001, and the rest of the film takes place in outer space. And then on the moon is discovered another black monolith, which is then pointing towards Jupiter. So humanity launches a space mission in a spaceship towards Jupiter. The ship is controlled by HAL 2000, HAL 9000, excuse me. And so the shift is, instead of technology as tool, we have technology as an environment. And I think that's how the deep learning artificial neural network AI works, with the feedback learning phase interaction with the environment. Now, the HAL is responsible for all operations of the spaceship. HAL believes that it is perfect. No computer in the 9000 series has ever made a mistake. But then the narrative of the film is HAL detects a defective part on the hull on the outside of the spaceship, sends one of the astronauts out to retrieve this part. They do a diagnostic test on it. The part turns out to have no defect. This is the beginning of HAL going crazy. It can't understand how it could have made such a, it's a small mistake, but it's like the butterfly effect of chaos theory. A small change leads to massive consequences. Hal concludes that the mistake must be due to human error, goes crazy, and starts to kill the human astronaut. So
Good afternoon, Mr. Amer. Everything is going extremely well. Let me put it this way, Mr. Amer. The 9000 series is the most reliable computer ever made. No 9000 computer has ever made a mistake or distorted information, so I am constantly occupied. I am putting myself to the fullest possible use, which is all I think that any conscious entity can ever hope to do. Bishop takes knight's pawn. I'm sorry, Frank, I think you missed it. Queen to bishop 3, bishop takes queen, knight takes bishop, mate. Thank you for a very enjoyable game. Have you been doing some more work? May I see them? But during the past few weeks, I've wondered whether you might be having... It's rather difficult to define. Perhaps I'm just projecting my own concern about it. I know I've never completed some truth in what I say. You don't mind talking about it, do you, Dave? Strange stories floating around before we left. Rumors about something being, for instance, the way all our preparations were kept under such tight security, and the melodramatic touch of putting Doctors Hunter, of course I am. Sorry about this. I know it's a bit silly. Just a moment. Just a moment. It's going to go 100% failure within 72 hours, and it will stay that way until it fails. It's puzzling. I don't think I've ever seen anything unit back in operation and let it fail. It should then be a simple matter to track down the cause. I hope that any question about it. It can only be attributable to human error. The 9000 series has a perfect operational record. None whatsoever, Frank. Quite honestly,
yeah, so that was the moment when the astronauts realized something is wrong with Hal. Okay, now I go on to Blade Runner, which is my second favorite science fiction film. So in this story, based on the story by Philip K. Dick, great American science fiction writer, the Tyrell Corporation has built artificially intelligent humanoid androids who have consciousness, self-awareness, but they are treated as slaves, used as slave labor in the off-world colonies or on dangerous outer space missions. And they have only a 4-year lifespan. Some of these androids, who are called replicants, want to return to Earth in order to figure out how they can extend their lives. They are illegal on Earth. The police has these detectives called Blade Runners, played by Harrison Ford, whose job is to hunt down and kill the rogue replicants. Blade Runner is also famous as the beginning of the so-called cyberpunk aesthetic, the visual depiction of the architecture and look and feel of the future city, which we can see, a very beautiful film visually, which we can see well in the opening moments of the film. So watch this clip. Okay, the scene that we just saw there in the last second is when the police, that was another Blade Runner detective, they apply a test to subjects who they suspect might be replicants or androids. And this is a variation on the Turing test. So I wanted to mention the name Alan Turing, who we all know was really the inventor of the digital binary computer, who had great accomplishments in his life, one of which is depicted in the film The Imitation Game, where we see that he built a computer to crack the Nazi code and helped defeat the Nazis in the Second World War. In terms of computer science, two great landmark milestone papers that Turing wrote, one in 1937 called On Computable Numbers, where he conceptualized the Turing machine and the digital binary code. Then in 1950, he wrote another seminal paper called Computing Machinery Intelligence, where he conceptualized what's called the Turing test to determine what would be AI. So AI would be, so it's really about, in that first conception by Turing, it's about linguistic conversation, that a human is having a conversation with a software or some entity that he cannot see, like in the next room, and doesn't know if that entity is a human or a software. If the software is able to fool the human interlocutor and make him believe that he's talking with a human, this would be for Turing the achievement of AI. Now, what happens in Blade Runner is that the Turing test changes from being focused on language to being focused on emotion. So it's the emotional response of the androids that helps Harrison Ford to determine if they are human or android. Now, to me, what's really important in this film, philosophically, is the borderline between human and android disappears. There's not a clear distinction between who is a human and who is an android. There's rather a continuity between them. And this is shown very clearly in kind of the secret of the film, is when you realize that Harrison Ford himself might be an android, and Ridley Scott later in interviews confirmed this. And the way you know it is there's a scene where Deckard has a dream, a recurring dream, of a unicorn running through misty woods when he's sitting at the piano looking at photographs that have been implanted in the female android mind. Rachel's mind has these photographs, which are really from Tyrell's niece. Then at the very end of the film, when Deckard leaves his apartment, he finds on the floor outside his apartment a tiny silver origami figure in the shape of a unicorn. Deckard has a partner, Lieutenant Gaff, who actually wants to take his job from him as a hobby. Lieutenant Gaff makes these tiny origami figures. So the two scenes considered together gives us the clue that the police know the content of Deckard's dreams because they themselves implanted his dreams and his memories and built him as an android. So first we see the scene of the unicorn dream of Harrison Ford. And then the scene with the origami figure of the unicorn at the end of the film.
It's too bad she won't live. But then again, who does?
So Deckard, you can see he nods with a very deep understanding of something. Question is, what is it that he has understood? Now we go on to Ex Machina from 2014. So there's three main characters in Ex Machina. The billionaire CEO of this company called Blue Book, which is modeled on Google, I suppose, and maybe on Mark Zuckerberg or Facebook or Bill Gates, Microsoft. So Blue Book, when he was very young, like 15 years old, Nathan wrote the software that is the engine running Blue Book. The programmer Caleb, who's an employee at Blue Book. By the way, the name Blue Book, I'm sure many of you have seen this film, comes from the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein, who wrote very important work about AI linguistics called the Blue and Brown Books. Then there's a female android named Ava who has AI. Caleb wins a contest, invited to spend a week at Nathan's private estate, which turns out to be a research lab. Nathan has invented AI and implemented it into the wetware brain and body of Ava. Caleb's job during the week that he's going to be there is to conduct a Turing test on Ava to determine if she qualifies as an AI. So it's not so much about simulating a linguistic conversation now, but it's about emotions, embodiment, sexuality, and even cunning and deceit, because Ava pretends that she's in love with Caleb, simulating that she seduces him and wants to escape with him together to the outside world, which is her goal. So the real Turing test becomes her ability to be cunning and manipulate like humans do. In a crucial scene, Nathan takes Caleb into the laboratory and explains to him how he developed AI. He used big data from social media. He also hacked all the cell phones in the world and recorded all human conversations, acquiring massive amounts of data about human behavior, emotions, and sexuality, which then he says, this is how I learned not what humans think, but how they think. Okay, we'll watch, this is the trailer.
So how does a programmer get to be meeting the CEO? I won a competition. The president can't get Mr. Garrick on the phone. You got the golden ticket.
It's good to meet you, Nathan. It's good to meet you too, Caleb. Can we just get past the whole employer-employee thing? Cheers. In many ways, this building isn't a house. It's a research facility. I want to talk to you about the greatest scientific event in the history of man. Are you building an AI?
Hello.
Hi.
I've never met anyone new before. Have you?
None like you. She's incredible. The challenge is to show you that she's a robot and then see if you still feel she has consciousness.
Do you want to be my friend?
Of course.
Will it be possible?
Why would it not be? You've never been outside this building.
We could go together.
Did you program her to flirt with me?
Do you think about me? If you lie, I will know.
No.
Lie.
Maybe she's pretending to like you. Well, why would she do that?
Do you think I might be switched off?
It's not up to me.
Why is it up to anyone? You shouldn't trust Nathan. You shouldn't trust anything he says.
I think it's the next model that's going to be the real breakthrough. Well, what do you do with the old one?
You have to help me.
One day the AIs are going to look back on us, upright apes, all set for extinction.
Is it strange to have made something that hates you?
What were you doing with Ava?
Okay, so we heard when he said this is the greatest event, most important scientific discovery or breakthrough in the history of mankind. That reminds me what I wanted to say before about 2001, right? Is that what Kubrick is trying to show with the two scenes of the apes becoming human and then 4 million years later, the invention of AI, right? Is that the invention of AI is an event that is just as momentous as the moment of the birth of humanity. And, you know, this is clearly discussed quite a lot with the idea of the super intelligence and the singularity. Thinkers like Ray Kurzweil and Nick Bostrom, important books about AI. Okay, so we see, and I think this is the most crucial point that I want to make in my presentation is in 2001 and in Ex Machina, the two different paradigms of computing are shown. With HAL, we have informatics or programming languages, rule-based, based on certainty, rationality, and numbers, right? Alan Turing invented that paradigm with his idea of uncomputable numbers. And that's what we think of computers and software and informatics as being. We think of it as that it's about rational calculation and certainty. But this is not necessarily true anymore. And as we move on, we see a scientific paradigm shift. And we now have with Ava, who is programmed to break the Turing test, that it becomes the question, how do we deal not with certainty, but with uncertainty? Instead of the symbolic logic of formal language and numbers, we have interaction with the environment, bottom up, and not top down intelligence. In all these films, we see the centrality for AI in science fiction of feminist theory and the so called cyborg theory. I mentioned this one very important thinker, Donna Haraway, the relationship of the robot or android to the female. So we go all the way back now to Fritz Lang Metropolis, which I'm not going to say anything about because we don't have any more time. But you just to look at the scene for 1 minute, the transferring of the consciousness of the woman Maria into the body of the female robot. Okay, so we see all the way back in 1927 that it was already this theme about female robots. Um, so then to conclude, to look at this Indian film, and as I said, I'm not, I guess I can try to pronounce his name, Rajinikanth, who was a very huge film star, and the fan community, even though I should say this was the most expensive film ever made in India at the time in 2010. It's the sixth most successful film of the Indian film history in terms of money that it made. But the fan community didn't like it because it was so focused on special effects, computer animation. Um, but my point that I want to make is that they then introduced scenes into the film to try to bring it back to being similar to the stories in other films that had been made. So the robot, whose name is Chitty, uh, the actor plays both roles, the scientist and the robot. The robot falls in love with the scientist's girlfriend, and there's a scene which I don't have time to show you where the robot saves the life of a pregnant woman and her baby in the hospital, and then it becomes a giant media spectacle, very sentimental, like The Truman Show, if you know that film, like reality TV, where thousands of people are watching simultaneously this very intimate scene of the woman and the baby's life being seen looking through the ultrasound image inside her womb. Uh, so I will just watch this very funny trailer of the film.
Up. Walk. Come on. Yes. Yes, walk. Go. In the morning, brother. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Yes. Excellent, doctor. Data transfer start பண்ற கனெக்ஷன் வெரிஃபை பண்ணு. நான் என்பது அறிவு மொழி, ஏன் என்பது எனது வழி, வான் போன்றது எனது வெளி, நான் நாடைய ஞான மொழி. நீ கொண்டது உடல் வடிவம், நான் கொண்டது பொருள் வடிவம். நீ கண்டது ஒரு பிறவி, நான் காண்பது பல பிறவி.
ப்ரூஸ்லி மாதிரி போஸ் கொடுக்குது. சூப்பர் சூப்பர் சூப்பர்.
Okay, so that's the end of the PowerPoint. So now I clicked on stopping the screen share. Let's see what happens now. Okay. Okay, so I'm
We
back
can
here.
see
So
you, sir.
you can see me now, right? So let me just speak for like one more minute and make a conclusion. So I guess we also saw in that last film the way that the Indian film industry sort of entered into dialogue with the global film industry and sort of became like many references to global cinema with science fiction films, with this Bruce Lee thing at the end. So this is my conclusion that I want to say: a complex idea. Try to say in 1 minute. To me, AI is about what I call post-humanism, and it's about getting beyond the separation between a humanistic culture and an engineering technological culture. That we have, what we have thought up until now is that computing or computer science or robots, technology is something about numbers, it's very technical, and humans have, according to a humanist culture, humans have special qualities of consciousness, self awareness, emotions, ethics that technology and robots and informatics doesn't have. And so we have this dualism between a technological culture and a humanistic culture. And I think we need to get beyond that and get to the view, because I actually believe that the education of the programmer or the computer scientist does not have to be numeric, computational, logical, rational. I believe there's no, and I believe just because the hardware, the kernel of computer science is based on numerics and digital binary code, it doesn't mean that everything else that surrounds the kernel, the interfaces, the games, the virtual reality, the languages, that they have to be numeric. In fact, they can be aesthetic, they can be philosophical, they can be experiential, they can be like art. And if you introduce the term computational aesthetics, if we even look back at the past history of computer languages and informatics, what we see that it was always much more poetic. It was always much more poetic and cultural and about human language than what we have been led to believe. Uh, so I would like to see computer science become more interdisciplinary, become more connected with art and philosophy and humanities, and not to have this split anymore, because I believe that the qualities of feelings and consciousness and morality and the body, sexuality, that we have always thought are human, they can also belong to the technology. And we shouldn't have such a dualistic split between the two cultures. Okay, so thank you very much. And I hope that it all came across okay.
Thank you, Professor Shapiro. It was fantastic. We ran short of time. We will maybe curate questions and email it to you.
Okay.
And there are more speakers. So thank you, as we say it in India. Thank you for your time. Namaste from here, all of us.
Okay.
Stay.
Namaste.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much,
Thank you.
and
Thank
thank you
you.
for the invitation, and good luck to everyone with the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, sir. Simply, can I have Sandeep sir on the?
Yeah,
Hi,
hi,
sir.
Rohit. Hi.
Hi. Unfortunately, now Eros has just vanished. I mean, they had a flight to catch, but it is very good for us. It now is like a keynote address by you. We've done that. So I'll just try and introduce you, sir, because I know you maybe, but you will have to introduce yourself in a much more formalized manner for all the participants. Sandeep sir has been the topmost name in the Indian media publishing industry. He's been the ex-CEO of Indian Express, Times Internet Limited marketing head, and has wore many hats. He currently now runs a technology company wherein they work with a lot of publishers across media and help them understand monetization and also improve upon it, along with driving traffic and increasing traffic and amongst many other things that he does. So over to you, sir. It'll be nice to have a context from you on what you do and what Enarge and Publisher Digital Lab is, and then addressing how AI and fake news are going hand in hand on, or how AI and fake news are being tackled.
How do I share this to my social handles? Should I share the direct link which I have
Yes,
opened
sir.
or counter link? Same link?
Yes, sir.
Just give me a second. I'll
Samkit?
also.
I'll give you. I'm WhatsApping you the. There is a
Yeah,
chat on
on
the chat.
private
There is a
on private chat
private
I
chat.
put it.
We've
Yeah.
shared a link with you, sir.
Got it. Got it.
Can I just quickly share it?
Absolutely, sir.
Social
Absolutely.
handles.
Yes, sir. And in the interest of time, because Professor Shapiro took a lot of time, if you could do justice in 15-20 minutes, sir. That's another request.
Okay, just give me a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've pasted it on Facebook at least. So, hello everyone, and welcome to this conference. Uh, I think I'll straight away get into the topic of AI and fake news. Now, first we have to understand, what is fake news and how is it populated, and then the role of AI, how it kind of comes into picture. So, fake news is obviously news which is not true, but it is not just related to fake news. It's also related to um, photographs. It is related to videos. It is related to so many things, wherein a previous photograph can be shown. Uh, for example, the Bangalore riots which we had a couple of days back, and some kind of communal sentiment, or some community is shown, doing something, and the visuals kind of kind of try to infer something. And actually those visuals may not be of Bangalore from last few days. And this kind of has a lot of relevance in today's world. There are a lot of fake news which has been circulated by at least from claims of Twitter by even Donald Trump. So, how to track fake news. And I think tracking fake news will be very difficult. What happens is that by the time fake news is tracked, it has kind of made some impact. I mean, like, there are fact check organizations who are given doubtful URLs by Google and Facebook. And there is a new feature in WhatsApp. It shows the multiple forwards. I mean, if it is forwarded for multiple times, and there is a lens kind of icon which comes, and you can press the icon, and you can kind of see the search results on the same, and you can corroborate that whether that news is correct or not. But most of the times, it is the case is that by the time you are able to establish something, the news has got its impact. And AI is very useful in case of photo recognition. And I think for photo recognition, it does make a lot of sense to use AI for fake news, or if not fake news, at least irrelevant photographs, and photographs which are not from that particular uh, you know time. So I think it is a key to understand how we're going to track fake news with AI. Now, in terms of text news, I think it's probably not that easy to kind of track fake news. And fake news is not those social media fun news kind of items that this animal did this or something like that. The news is very very particular. So it is about a political situation, it is about a rally. For example, the attendance at though I think there was only one rally held by Trump in last few days was probably 6,500, whereas he claims it was 12,000 plus. And somebody may claim that the organizer of the rally got coronavirus, somebody may claim he didn't get coronavirus. So the fake news in itself is a very difficult phenomenon to crack. But AI can help do the photo recognition. So if the photograph is from a previous period, then it can kind of really help. And I feel you know it also can detect some of the fake faces. you know uh, Basically, there are some kind of fake faces generator, or what we today know as deep fakes. So at times AI can read out this particular piece, whether it is a deep fake or not. Although deep fakes, until unless they're done very very well, uh, you know uh, they can't be done so well, I mean, in such a fast period of time, and to make a lot of things look real. I mean, some of the rough deep fakes is what we've seen prop up more in pornography than in the political area. But even in the political area, we've seen a lot of these deep fakes come in and try to mislead people. uh, I think there are certain kind of keywords which fake news AI algorithms kind of capture on, and some of these keywords are more towards sensationalism or sensational keywords. You know, this happened, that happened. I mean, you might have seen all those keywords wherein a particular keyword. My apologies. So a particular keyword is making it sound like it is too good to be true, or too weird to be true. Then AI kind of recognizes that. So what happens is there are certain and some other organizations as well, and they are hinting at a set of say 200 URLs which are not looking good in Facebook ecosystem. Okay, and in this particular uh, kind of situation, these 200 or 300 URLs which are picked up by these AI algorithms are then sent to the fact check organizations, and then fact check organizations actually check it at a human level whether these fake news is, I mean, these URLs have fake news or they don't have fake news. So the key to understand is that uh, directly AI kind of labeling this as fake news is not easy. So that's point number one, which I want to make. Point number two, which I want to make, is that AI can play a very strong role in identifying the probables. So Facebook has around 300 million pictures uploaded every day, and I bet a similar number would happen. I mean, a very big number would happen on YouTube videos and stories which are indexed on Google every day. So, how do these organizations who got a partial responsibility now of identifying fake news, how do they tackle it? Because most of the time, fake news is traveling on social media like Twitter and Facebook, and some part of it is on Instagram. So what they've done is they've built these AI algorithms wherein they are able to label, and they have seen the usual suspects in terms of handles which are sharing it, in terms of activity which has led to fake news before. And this has kind of led Twitter and Facebook on a periodic basis to remove a bulk of accounts which may be fake news farms for independent organizations or for some political organizations as well. And with these algorithms, they are able to identify the probables. Now, after identifying the probables, there are human teams. There are obviously fact-checking teams, which are third party. And there are human teams within the Facebook ecosystem, within the Google ecosystem, which are trying to identify whether it is fake news. So when the human intervention comes in, then, they don't have to deal with 300 million articles or 300 million photos. They probably have to deal with 300, 400, or 1,000 or 2,000, 3,000 pieces of content on which, they are working, and they are doing a human research, and, they are able to identify it's fake news or not. In spite of this, I feel, the first advantage of AI is that, I mean, the top of the funnel is like 300 million, and the bottom of the funnel, wherein the human intervention comes in, could be, I mean, a factor of 100,000 less. I mean, it could be 3,000 or 300, and that's the huge, role of AI over here. And since it's a I think at some level supervised algorithm, and at some level it is unsupervised as well, because some kind of broad trends can be seen in unsupervised algorithm. And I bet they're using both algorithm. I mean, in a separate manner. But still, the final result, the final advantage which I see is that the funnel becomes much smaller. Then the other big thing which I feel AI is able to do is AI is able to connect the photograph with the photograph which was real. So until unless it's been doctored with significantly. So I think there the power of AI is amazing in terms of photo recognition. So suppose there is a set of people in a certain rally, and AI can identify thousands of people in a single photograph. And it's not just Facebook and Google AI algorithms. There are some third-party AI work which is fantastic, and which is even able to do some better work in terms of photo recognition. And they are quickly able to say, "Hey, look, this is not a 2020 image. This is a 2017 image. This is a 2018 image." So there, at least the image part of the fake news is identified in a very quick manner. So here is where I feel the first point is, there is huge amount of articles, and it's very difficult to kind of identify fake news to begin with. The second point which I've made is AI kind of reduces the funnel significantly to 100,000 X points. And in terms of photos, AI is able to make some real precise discovery and able to say, "Hey, look, this photograph doesn't belong to this." And then they've tied up with some companies, and there is a company called Boom Live in India who do some kind of fake news recognition work. And there's another famous site called Alt.nxt, which kind of debunks some of this fake news which has been percolated in the country. So the key of the AI is that it's able to identify the bigger chunks far faster and convert into small chunks, which can go into human intervention. Photographs easily identifiable for AI, and uh, we can easily attribute it to a particular thing. Even in video, the recognition is getting better and better, but it's easier to break the video algorithm in terms of an AI recognition. Just like you see, a lot of people are able to circumvent the YouTube policies, wherein the YouTube bot is not able to recognize precisely that this is a copy. So people kind of sometimes use a mirror image or make it smaller, or use color. So they are able to beat the YouTube algorithm. Similarly, I feel that tough to track video right now. In my view, some people may say that that technology is kind of come of age, but I still feel the video is a difficult thing to crack. The problem which comes with fake news is sometimes fake news is so close, so precise, that only human intervention can identify the fake news. So this is where the AI may look a little limited, but like I said, AI is a very strong tool in terms of, making the funnel much smaller. So the key is that, these AI algorithms which are trained by and getting trained every day in terms of the keywords which are being used, in terms of photos are which are being used, in terms of the handles which are percolating this. So in terms of the web pages which are kind of publishing this. So this is something which is kind of really helping. So I kind of feel that I'll be happy to take more questions because I thought this would be a fireside chat. So Rohit, if you're there, I'm happy to take questions and kind of explain how AI's role is there in fake news.
So two questions. One is I don't know whether you want to comment on it. Have you started seeing that a lot of politicians are using AI and talking about AI while doing political campaigning? I mean, this
Uh,
has come from the audience.
I've not seen many of them, but I bet there are a lot of software algorithms which they are using to track people's intent. So what happens is that the Facebook and Instagram API is closed, Twitter API is paid, and it has a free component as well. But to capture the sentiment of people on a very quick basis, I think a paid Twitter API can really analyze the data very well and kind of present it to you. What's the mood of the people, or what's the mood of the certain kind of handles. So it's not. It may or may not be fully AI driven. Politicians don't talk about it, but yes, they are using some very fancy tools which they might not even know themselves properly, but they are using some fancy tools.
Second last question, again from the audience. How can we parse the huge amount of text present in news articles? Uh, are there tools?
Can you repeat that, please?
How can we parse the huge amount of text present in news articles? I mean, analysis of a word. I think Inaj does a lot of work there.
Yeah, see, parsing the text is easier part. I don't think parsing the text is difficult, and you can index a huge amount of data and run your algorithms pretty fast. If you've got even limited capacity of using some of these machine learning architectures. The problem is uh, in fake news and in real news, the keywords are so similar. I mean, again, let's take the example of Bangalore riots. Okay, so the keywords are so similar. To make a qualitative judgment for an AI tool to say, "Hey, look, this is fake news," is difficult. So what AI algorithms do is they parse this text and they parse the images and they analyze the data, and out of, like I said, probably 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 links, they are able to say, hey, look, these 50 links look doubtful. And then those 50 links go to, humans for double check. But imagine if 5 lakh links had to go to humans. So the amount of manpower you need. So AI is definitely helping in a huge manner in terms of identifying the probable suspects.
The last question, sir, Bhavin Solanki asks, are there any open source apps to check fake news video that you could recommend? I mean, are there any open source tools available that maybe you use?
See, there may be open source tools, and I feel that there are a lot of open source AI algorithms available on GitHub. But the bigger problem is not the tool in AI. See, AI exists from a long time. I think it's more a buzzword now. And, there's been some really fancy and really meaningful algorithms been there for 7, 8 years now in AI. But the problem is the training of data. So the training of data takes a huge amount of effort, and not just training of one kind of data. See, in unsupervised learning, it's slightly easier. So, very quickly, I'll take example of unsupervised learning. It's like a hospital running tests, a very large hospital like in the Prastapolo running, kind of millions of tests. And at the end of the year, you put the data in an AI unsupervised algorithm, and you are able to see that the CBC test is, which has been run far more than any other test. And all of this is becoming visual analytics, which we call as big data. So the advantage of being a Facebook is if you're getting 300 million pictures every day, your data training set is huge, and you've got the server capabilities as well. For some of our startups, I think taking millions of dollars of server cost also is a practical problem. But what I feel is that in terms of algos and open source, there is huge amount of so one thing I would like to tell everyone, until unless absolutely necessary, I think any AI algorithm you ever want has already been written, and it is available on GitHub. That's you might have to make minor tweaks, but it's there. The problem is data set and the analysis.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us your time today. We are running late. Otherwise, there were 1 or 2, 3 more questions. Maybe we could ask the audience to put it on Twitter or your Facebook handle, and then
Sure.
maybe you could. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Bye, sir. Up next, one, of course, we owe an apology to Mr. Bhandari. We're running late. I mean, maybe this is also new to us. The whole virtual event system. So let me first set the topic up and then introduce the speaker. Mr. Bhandari will address on how machine learning and AI is a hotbed of investment in that sense. How he looks at all these startups, ideas, etc., and maybe judges them on an investment model if he has anything. To introduce the speaker that we have today, Mr. Bhandari is part of NetApp India. He's 34 years of experience in the technology. I mean, okay. He's part of NetApp India. He's a director of technology and solutions. Has been with NetApp for almost 5 years. Overall work experience of 34 years. He's worked with Tata's and Sun Microsystems and Smart Trust Infosystem in the past. He's today talking to you on what he thinks about whether AI machine learning startups are the hotbed or not. Over to you, Mr. Bhandari, and apology for the delay.
Hey, thanks, Rohit. I understand it happens. So I just share my screen, and my Wi-Fi is not that stable enough. Can you see my presentation, please?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
We can now. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll stop my cam and then can you see this now?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to present to this conference. Quickly, my name is Rajendra Bhandari. I head the Solution Engineering Organization for NetApp in India and STARK. And the focus of my presentation is what I would like to share is some of the AI adoption which we see in the industry, and how that investment is going in the various marketplaces such. and impact of AI in various industry segments, as we see. Right? Of course, artificial intelligence is allowing us to make sense of an increasing amount of data, right, in a real-time basis, and the data is growing at a speed of almost like 60% plus, and likely to be at around 1.75 zettabyte by 2025. So some of the use cases across multiple of industry segments which are leveraging the capability of AI, right? What I would like to highlight is the amount of data being created in each of the use cases mentioned below is huge, right? It is expected that 80% of the emerging technology will have some or the other AI foundation. They will be based predominantly on some of the underneath AI algorithm. And words, spending on AI is likely to touch $35 billion last year alone in 2019, which is almost like a 44% increase over the year previous to that. Right? Also, we have observed that AI is embedded in many of the marketing software, right, which is available or being used by many of the organizations for lead generation, for personalization, etc., etc. Right. So, but it is becoming part and parcel of our lives for sure. Not to forget that the demand for AI talent is really huge, right? I saw a cartoon where it said one guy got stuck in an island, there was no help and support coming, and he wrote that I know AI, and there comes a huge amount of help to save him from that situation. So there is a dearth of AI talent globally as well, and that's why we see a lot of education organizations running an AI training. See, top performing companies, they are more than twice as likely to, as compared to the peers, to use the AI in their marketing, right? And some of the data which I saw on the web is they use almost like 28% of the top company use AI in their marketing. This is a company who are not that nimble and not up to the time. There are only some 12% of them. Okay, if you really look at Amazon's algorithm for customer who bought item, also bought, right? If you as Amazon side try to buy something, you'll get that the customer who bought this item also bought this additional item as well, and even Netflix algorithm, right, which helps customer to based on the choice of selection of their view, it gives you recommendation as well. And Netflix has been able to generate a revenue of over $1 billion just by those additional recommendations which they give it out to their customers. Facial recognition is another thing which has a huge leverage of AI, and which is the solutions around facial recognition is increasing at a rate of almost like 20%. Right, a lot of city surveillance deployment which is happening in the country. They're predominantly, you see a host of cameras coming up all across. And then they built an algorithm of video analytics on top of it, which are predominantly based on facial recognition and some use cases either related to the access control or related to the security. So these are some of the new startups as well as established enterprises which we see using or leveraging AI in many other fields as such. And if I come specific to India perspective, I would like to mention definitely a project called Airavat, which is a vision document published by the government of India. which focuses on AI-specific cloud infrastructure, right, for research and development. It's like an AI for all, right? And they really want to develop AI infrastructure where people can develop the various use cases, and they have clearly defined the kind of focus areas they would like to deploy this infrastructure for, which is education, healthcare, agriculture, security, surveillance, etc. Right? Almost over $1 billion are likely to be invested in Project Eravat. So is on quantum computing. Right? The last budget, our esteemed finance minister mentioned that the government of India will invest almost like $1 billion in quantum computing. Right? IMD, right? Which is the Indian Meteorological Department, they also said that they would like to use AI for a short range weather forecasting, right? And specific to the current situation, which is which is a challenge for all of us because of pandemic. It is not only creating impact in the global economy, but also having an impact all over, right? So several technologies are emerging which possibly received lukewarm customer responses earlier, but now they are being used for human to contact, automatic processing of all the vaccine development, etc. Right. I would also like to just highlight over here what is NetApp India doing over here, right? We see a lot of startup coming up in AI, the field of AI ML as such. NetApp India itself runs a program called Startup Accelerator, where we really incubate startups and provide them assistance, right? So NetApp Accelerator is a global startup program that aims to really fuel the innovation by partnering with the deep technical organizations, right? We provide them business mentorship, we provide them technology mentorship, we provide them access to customers because we have large customer base in India, right? So we provide them access to them as well. We provide them co-working spaces, grants, access to NetApp technologies as well, right? And we are in the 6th cohort of NetApp Accelerator program, and bulk of the organization which we have picked up in that program are doing something or the other on AI, analytics, IoT, etc. That's definitely a hotbed where we see a lot of great minds working together, bringing out innovation. Needless to say, that it has impact on all the sectors, be it healthcare, education, travel, tourism, etc., etc. So I would not like to go there. I'm sure a lot of it is already shared in this forum. So with that as a background, I would like to say what's NetApp doing in this case, right? But before I go there, the way we see it in an AI infrastructure which needs to help customers to build best of breed application on top of it, there are some conflicting profiles. Data scientists, the data engineer, and the IT infrastructure architect. Data scientists, their predominant focus is around how to build up the logics or use cases, as we call it, using all the AI ML tools, right? They really like to go to the cloud, use the greatest technology available over there, and what they're just bothered about that they need to have an easy access to the data for their training environment, etc. And then we have data engineers, right? Their key focus is, of course, to get the best quality data to data scientists to be able to build algorithm, but also at the same time, it is extremely compute intensive environment, right? And at times uses GPUs computing as well. And the whole focus of IT infrastructure is around how do we really give best of breed, fastest compute GPUs, how do you provision, in a time which, in a manner which is very satisfactory to all the data scientists as an engineer, right? It should be like a cloud-like environment if possible, which is self-service, on demand, you pay as you use kind of a environment as such, right? With this conflicting interest, right? And the ingredients of AI projects being, as I mentioned, either compute or GPU computing. You have a lot of AI frameworks, which many of you use as well, and then the AI algorithm which needs to build framework. But the core of the whole is the data, right? The quality and the accuracy of your training depends upon the data set and quantity and the quality of data you may have, and that is where NetApp plays. Right? NetApp allows organizations, help create a data pipeline from core to edge to cloud, right? Or a lot of data is being generated outside of the core, right? On the edge, be it IoT devices, etc. Right? How do you really gather all of that data? Push it out securely to the core data center, right? Where you have a data preparation stage where you really put the data together and take out the useful one and then put the training environment, which uses a lot of GPU computing. And once you have a very accurate model, is how do you really put it out in the inference, in the production. A lot of customers likes to use the latest data available on the cloud, so they can possibly push the data directly to the cloud and leverage the capability in the public cloud. And hence, if I talk about, let me go back to the previous slide where I mentioned about the edge. So in the edge, the NetApp offers a very small footprint of our the largest storage OS called ONTAP, which can run on general purpose server, which you can aggregate the data at the edge, or one can run like an HCI having some NVIDIA GPU compute in that, and you can run inferencing on the edge. That's going to be another trend, and then push the data to the core or to the cloud directly. The core is we have a joint offering with our partner called NVIDIA. I'll come to that. And we work with all the hyperscalers like AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud to help provide customers a really enterprise-grade data management platform, which works very well with all the AI algorithms. I mentioned about our offering around the core is what we call ONTAP AI. It is a joint collaboration with our partner NVIDIA, which are clearly a leader in the GPU computing. NetApp is clearly a leader in data management, right? So we provide a simple reference architecture to our intensive testing, which we do together at the back end in our engineering lab, so that you have an infrastructure which is simple to deploy, eliminates all the design complexity. A lot of customer comes back to us, okay, I want to have a training environment. How do I size it? This is my workload. How do I implement it? Right? I need to have disparate components coming from storage vendor, compute vendor, network. How do I put it together? What is the best practices? How do I implement it? How do I size it? So all of that is, all the pains are taken away by both NetApp and NVIDIA, and we help you to provide all the design guides, that's the implementation guide, integrated, tested together, right? And there are partners who can put it all that together for you, so that you just deploy that integrated stack in your infrastructure, power it on, and it just works like crazy. And it is very powerful. You can start small in a configuration, right? And scale as your need grows. And it is extremely proven architecture. Imagine NVIDIA DGX computing boxes now. They have launched up to 800, right? Which has thousands of the cores running on that. The storage has to be really powerful enough or fast enough to be able to pump up the data so that the GPUs are utilized to 95% of the capacity. Right? Right. At the same time, the storage provides a very low latency of 10 microsecond or so. It is all automated through Ansible integration. It just takes 20 minutes to configure. Right? It's really scales. You can start small with one GPU or DGX box, scale all the way up to hundreds of that. So we have reference architectures which are available. The one DGX all the way up to 30 DGX. Those documents are available on the web on the tab as well as at NVIDIA website, and helps you to build up an integrated data pipeline from edge to cloud. As I mentioned, you can start small, grow as you need. With the latest A100, what I saw was that allows customer to not only have extremely powerful infrastructure at site, but at the same time leverage the capability of the new generation solid state drive called NVMe drive really brings down the footprint significantly as almost by half of the previous generation offerings. Along with that, we do have a breadth of broad set of services for people to be able to go down that path of from advisory services all the way up to implementation and management and monitoring. Before I conclude, just a couple of slides about NetApp, who we are, what's our credentials, right? We are a global technology company which are focused on data management in the hybrid cloud world. There are close to $5.5 billion. In fact, in India, we have been present almost like for 15 years. 3 years back, NetApp India invested close to 1,000 crores in developing one of the largest R&D center investment in our campus, NetApp campus in Bangalore city. Right, we have a global presence, and we plow back a very significant percentage of our revenue back to R&D. And a few more data points, which I would like to just leave it for your consumption, that we are established player in the data management in the hybrid cloud world. We have a leadership across the portfolio, be it storage, be it software-defined storage, be it an object store, be it a file storage. Okay, and of course, we all the big clouds, right? Whether it's Azure, AWS, or GCP, we work very closely with them to bring out our joint solutions, which helps you to not only develop but deploy your best of breed AI infrastructure on the edge to go to the cloud. That is what I wanted to cover. Maybe I'll stop here, and I will be more than happy to take any questions if the audience has. Yep. I hope I'm audible. Rohit, are you there? Hi, Rohit.
Thank you, Mr. Bhandari, for such an insightful session. So Rohit is having some bad network, so he couldn't join. So thank you for the session. So there's only one question from the audience which I would want you to take. So does this contain the tools that is essential for artificial intelligence?
Yes, we do provide a full package of tools as well, right? For you to build up your use cases. So they're all based on open source, okay, and these are essentially tested by NetApp, all the reference guide, but it has predominantly do it yourself to we recommend, right? And you can build up all the. So some of the sets come from our partner like NVIDIA, and a majority of them come from the open.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your session and such great insights.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me here. It was.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, so we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with another insightful session. The next session in line is how artificial intelligence can transform healthcare. So see you all at 1:45 sharp. Thank you.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi,
Hi.
Paresh. Hi,
Hello.
Naya. Hi, Abhishek.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. So,
Hi.
yeah, Rohit, you want to start?
I will just introduce the moderator today, and that's my limited role. And
Mm-hmm.
then maybe I'm sure Paresh will do much better job than me.
Yeah.
So Paresh is the moderator of the session. I've seen email exchanges between all of you. Paresh is an engineering manager with Air Technologies. He's worked with Tata Interactive Systems in the past. He's a he's a leader in the location services team and is working on improving location search services at Air Technologies. Over to you, Paresh.
Yeah. Thanks, Rohit. So, first of all, a very warm welcome to our panelists, and also a welcome to all the attendants. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. Uh, so, during these times, we realize the importance of healthcare. So, when I think about healthcare, we all might have read some phrases while we were studying, like health is wealth, a sound mind in a sound body. So, these are the times which are actually making us realize what's the importance of health. And when we think about healthcare systems, which basically assist us to remain healthy and provide some guidelines. So there are various issues that we are currently facing in the healthcare systems, um, like, say, the rising costs in the healthcare, then pressure on the existing systems, which is mainly due to the sheer population, the increasing demand in medications, and also uh, this yeah this culminates into huge waiting times, and also a demand surge creates higher costs. Then we have staffing shortages, as we have more and more options for the people. However, there are very less people who are now taking more specific courses, or having some specific information. So yeah, there are staffing shortages as well. And a bigger challenge is regulatory changes due to, and that's due to information unavailability of centralized decision making bodies. So if we have a centralized system where the information is stored, and if we have that being used to make some long term decisions, then there wouldn't be some frequent regulatory changes. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing in the healthcare systems. And so specifically, when we talk about healthcare, when we talk about the diseases, so we are all aware of the current pandemic situation. So it's actually pressurizing the healthcare system, and it has allowed us to look into other alternatives. But at the same time, we do have many people who are actually uh, yeah working towards solving these problems, solving specific problems through the use of technology. So let's get an introduction of our panelists for today, who are actually working on the ground, and who have actually taken it up to them to solve certain critical areas. So we have Miss Aulokita Tiwari, who is the co-founder and CTO of Arogya AI Innovations. So hello, Aulokita. So
Hi,
if you
Paresh.
can just
Thank you.
briefly provide us like what Arogya AI is.
Sure.
And
So Arogya AI is actually just over a year old. We are working on developing an AI solution for diagnosing drug resistance in tuberculosis. I'm sure not everyone knows, but India has 30% of the world's burden of tuberculosis. We have 2.7 million new patients each year. And a huge problem is that diagnosing the drug resistance in the disease, because people get sick and they don't take medicines. The medicines that they are given, they don't show effect for like 6 months sometimes. So if you're able to give them correct medication from get-go, especially people in the very poor sections and rural sections of the society where they cannot get a doctor to meet with them all the time, I feel that it's a big step towards actually eliminating the disease and curing people. Using AI, definitely, that's something we should be doing. So that's what Arogya AI is all about.
Yeah. Thanks, Aulokita, for providing an insight into what Arogya AI is. Definitely, will come back to you to
Yeah.
get the details.
Mhm.
Then we have Miss Naya Sagi, the
Hi.
CEO of Baby Chakra.
Hi,
Yeah, Naya.
Paresh.
So,
Hi, everyone.
hello.
Great to be here. I'm expecting that you want me to give a very quick intro. I'll do that
Sure.
right away. So, with Baby Chakra, what we're building is actually is an intelligent companion to parents through the journey of pregnancy and parenting. I think as Avlokita pointed out, the problem statement at her end, at our end also, the problem statement is actually very large and actually an amazing one to solve for. 40% of kids under 5 in the world are actually based in India. India has the highest birth cohort in the world, right? 28 million children are born every year in India. So massive opportunity to really transform as a nation our health and wellness outcomes just by focusing on families through the period of pregnancy and parenting. And that's what we really do at Baby Chakra. Just very quickly, something very interesting about Baby Chakra is the fact that, parenting is a new journey for parents who, have a child. And we've really seen the role of machine learning and AI actually help in predictive personalization on that journey to ensure that parents, even before they reach that stage, they are able to prepare better on caring for that stage. So happy to
Yeah.
chat more to this conversation.
Sure. Thanks, Naya. That's an interesting aspect. I, being a parent, I know that the dilemma that we face when we hear it, at least for the first baby, like what to do, what not to do. Even though we have lots of information available online, but yeah, it makes a difference to have something. Yep. Thanks, Naya. Then we have Mr. Ivan De Becker, who is the technology analyst from ID.NXT. So, Ivan,
Hi everyone.
Yep. Please go ahead.
So just a few words about myself. I have a PhD in clinical medicine from Imperial College in the UK, and I work for a market intelligence company also based in the UK called ID.NXT. And basically, what we do is we provide market intelligence on a number of different technologies. I myself work in life sciences, and as I've been working in this field, I've been exposed more and more to AI. It's become very difficult to avoid this topic as it's becoming more and more prominent in life sciences, healthcare, medical technology, etc. And so, yeah, what ID.NXT does really is to provide information on this field, both technical and business, and really to provide a breakdown of companies that work in this field, and market analysis and everything that helps companies facilitate the commercialization of their technology, essentially.
Mhm. Okay. Yep. That's interesting. So, as you rightly mentioned, the AI is no longer an alien term for any of the industry, and it's more important to this healthcare systems, um, because that's the greatest we have reached in the technology, and it should be used for the most important purpose, and that's the healthcare, right? Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then we have Mr. Neeraj Mehta, who is the CEO of Immunify Me Health Tech. So, yeah, Neeraj, I see your health tech organization playing a pivotal role during these times, because it's mostly related to vaccination, having a centralized depot, and also please provide us some insight into what Immunify Me does.
Thank you, Paresh, and you guys have a great panel, great introduction. Immunify Me you know, as Naya pointed out, uh, every year there are almost 28 million children who are born in India, almost 50,000 every day. India also has a problem of vaccination. Not India also is the home of the largest, unvaccinated children in the world. When we started working on this, me and my co-founder, when we started working on the idea of vaccination, we understood that we need to, involve technology. We need to leverage technology from where we can monitor the vaccinations for children, because it's not only a problem in India; it's a worldwide problem. 1 in every 5 children remains unimmunized, and India it is much more. Um, so what we did, we realized a lot of things. There are a lot of things which goes on into monitoring vaccinations, and government spends almost 21,000 rupees on each child for vaccinations. But still there are not only money, but there are a lot of other logistics which are involved. One of the most vulnerable thing which we found out was using the paper booklet. We still record the vaccination of children on a paper booklet, and once this is lost, we do not keep a backup. We do not have a backup. Many of the doctors, hospitals, they have started recently, but usually when you go out in the public sector, I mean in the public health, we do not have that record. And unless we realize that, unless we have a centralized digitized platform where everything is there, especially the vaccination records, because all of the other records are getting digitized, whereas vaccination was not. So what we did was we tried to replace that entire paper booklet, this thing, with the with this card. This, I mean, you don't need this. Is there is a QR code which is right here, and the doctors can actually scan this QR code, and all the vaccination records come in front of them. So it becomes easier, time saving for them also, and with the inbuilt reminder system, and there are many more other things which is there. Parents also, they are reminded on time that the vaccination due date is coming and you should take the. But that's one part. We also use a lot of machine learning, and we identify with the in the especially in the public health, we help the government identify because see, there are a lot of umbrella vaccinations campaigns which happens. For example, polio, pulse polio, which was happening. Thankfully, because of the pulse polio, we are a polio free country now. But when it was happening, we would go out and give it to anybody and everybody who was below the age of 5. Just go and give do boon zindagi ke. That's what that was the thing which was there.
Punchline. Yeah.
So yeah, but a lot of time and a lot of resources was also being wasted in that, because even if that person has got, the child has got, he would again go and give, because we had no other option. We didn't know whether the child has got it or not. So monitoring, that's what we do. We are a part of Serum Institute of India, which is playing a pivotal role in manufacturing the vaccines. In fact, we have already started the production of vaccines, but there are many more challenges right now, which I'm
Okay.
sure we will talk about later.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, Neeraj, for the detailed information. So I have some queries, questions to ask. So before I ask those questions, I have a request for all the attendees. If they have any queries while the discussion is on, you can please put across your queries in the comment section, and we'll get back to those queries during the question and answer session at the end. Okay. Okay, so for I have a question for Aulokita. So you mentioned Arogya AI bridging the gap and helping for the cause of eradication of or taking care of TB. And TB is such an huge problem in India that, as you correctly mentioned, it affects morely around 2.7 million people a year, and thousands die each year. So we need something that actually works to solve the problem. Um since Arogya AI aims to bridge the gap between research on micro problems of TB which are going on and the translation into usable public application. So there are some researches happening, and when we see it's not translated into public application, and that's the uh, gap that you are trying to identify and connect, right? So how do you use AI or the technology in this aspect?
So basically, for us, the input from a patient is the sequence of the organism that is infecting the patient. Because if you have the genomic sequence, then using AI to correlate all the possible mutations, for example, that are correlated to drug resistance is very straightforward then. And what we did using AI was figure out a method that will make it much faster, a model that is much reliable, and a solution that will be much more accurate for the patient as well. So that was the kind of angle that we took to solve tuberculosis, or basically try to see the way we can actually diagnose this drug resistance for each patient individually. Like Naya said, that it has to be a very precise kind of a model healthcare. Every person is different, every person infected with microbes is different, and having that kind of a personalized care, whether it's TB or anything else, is very important. What we started with is TB because it's such a huge problem, but that was the idea of using AI, because if you have a component that can actually give a holistic approach to the disease, that makes it much better for the patient, which is what we were aiming for.
Mm-hmm.
So better
Okay.
quality of care.
Yep. So then, yeah, as you correctly mentioned, so having the data and then finding out some patterns from it, and then providing some ailments. That's what
Yeah.
Arogya AI looks into.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting thing. I Someone has commented I should take it at the end. However, it's tempting that uh, there are questions that if AI is there, will the disease decrease? I know it
Absolutely.
won't. Yeah,
No, absolutely.
please go ahead.
But because if you have AI and you have the correct medication, like I said from get go, then the idea is that the spread of the resistant disease stops. Because if you have TB, you're sitting in your home and coughing, each and every one of your family members is getting infected. Whether the latent infection is turning into a full blown infection depends on their immunity. And that's too big a risk to actually leave it on people. And there used to be times when you would be completely quarantined if you had TB and stuff like that, but that doesn't happen anymore. So the idea is to first of all curb the spread of a drug resistant infection and then try to kind of cure it. And we might not be able to eradicate it. I mean, polio has gone down in India so much, it's almost non existent, but it still exists in the world. You cannot eradicate it. But the idea is to actually make sure that it's not spreading, and it's not spreading in its drug resistance, especially because if a drug resistant infection spreads, it propagates, it gets more and more resistant. As it spreads through the environment, it picks up more drug resistance. And that is really, really dangerous, which is the whole point of trying to counter it.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks for that insight. And as you correctly mentioned, prevention is better than cure. So
Yes,
even if it is early diagnosed, even if the systems help us to early diagnose it, then yeah, it definitely curbs the spread.
precisely.
Oh, yep. Thanks. Thanks, Aulokita. Now, for Naya, I have a query. Like, as you correctly mentioned, that baby chakra partners with families in this beautiful journey called parenting. Now, I was just eager to know, how do you manage your platform? Because when I went through baby chakra, it is the fastest growing platform for parents to discover care for their families. So how do you manage the sheer amount of data that you have, and how do you exactly use the AI components over there?
Sure. So, I mean, of course, the first part was how do you even get to that level of data and to have those data sets in place, right? That was the trickiest part. It took us the last 3.5, 4 years to get to the critical amounts of data to even ensure that our algos started learning from the data sets and started becoming smarter. So that really was the uphill battle for us. But today, I'm very proud to say that we have data sets from more than about 30, 35 million families longitudinally who've used Baby Chakra. And across different regions and different languages and different life stages, with different interests. So we have all of these sort of category mappings, right, laid out. So we kind of have these aggregated data sets, which we're now able to sort of deploy our machine learning algos and sort of really sort of distill the right sort of insights from them, and also ensure that there's some element of self-learning that happens along the way in terms of personalizing the user experience for each individual family who uses us today. Now, how we are deploying machine learning today in today's context is in two ways. The first is, Paresh, given you're a father, and I'm sure many of the folks attending this session also are parents or have kids at home. What you will find is that either with a doctor or the questions that a parent has are about 97%, like almost like frequently asked questions for that life stage, right? When my child starts speaking, is how do I think about what to feed my child today? When do I start the whole weaning journey from breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding to like complementary foods? All of these are pretty much like frequently asked questions, right? So for there, we have already a very basic algo that kind of kicks in and says that since you're at this stage in life, you might want to start getting ready for this stage, right? So let's say you're in your 4th month of breastfeeding, and we know you've been complying with exclusive breastfeeding because we're kind of tracking that behavior and seeing your questions and sort of working with you through that process. On the 4th month, we say, okay, now start yourself mentally, emotionally, physically preparing for weaning off your child on exclusive breast milk and now moving to a complementary food structure, which, by the way, could be this sort of a format or this kind of a diet, right? So that's the first thing, right? The FAQ kind of thing that's personalized to each parent based on what we know about that parent already. So that level of personalization. The second very interesting personalization we build in is actually on a doctor to patient level. So not many people know this, but Baby Chakra actually has a very strong B2C play, which is just direct to families and families who use us. But the second is actually we have more than 2,500 healthcare providers on our platform, and they in turn actually refer their own patients to Baby Chakra so that they can actually engage with them better. And especially in COVID, that journey is accelerated of referrals quite exponentially, as you'd imagine, right? Because the physical touch point is lost today. So they're looking at a digital touch point to engage and retain and sort of work deeper with their patients, right? So with doctors, we've actually figured out some very specific care protocols that we're now implementing for each patient, and also a very strong feedback mechanism per patient that goes to the doctor. Now, all of this data would not have been possible without machine learning again, right? Because there's only so much you can do of the processing at the end and sort of distill insights on. Or also, sort of ensure that the doctor and the patient are, sharing the right information or the right sort of feedback with each other in a timely basis. So that's the second way we're actually using machine learning. It's still evolving, of course. It's still very nascent. It's still evolving. But that's the second way we're really looking at making this happen. And the third is, parents actually learn through communities. We've all grown up in we all say it takes a village to raise a child, right? So on Baby Chakra, I think very interestingly, we've created a virtual village, right, of parents, of doctors, of other care providers. So not just doctors and experts, but also like nutritionists, early educators, folks who can help with, speech development delays, etc. So what ends up happening is, as part of this community, we're able to therefore use machine learning to connect a single parent to the right care provider or the right community of care, the right individual who can provide care based on some of the feedback that we get from them and the data sort of that we have on each individual journey. If we see sort of fall off course, off sort of the normal, like the aggregated pathway, we kind of call it out and be able to triage that to the right care provider in an automatic fashion. So that's a third way we're using machine learning. See, all of these journeys, honestly, today, Paresh, I would say hand on heart, we're probably just about 5% where we want to be, right? And I think that's where the opportunity really lies. I'm really excited about the future for this to play out on Baby Chakra.
Yep, that's interesting, and that's good to know. And the first thing that you mentioned is, I think, the most important problem to solve: getting the data. So once you have the data, I think we have the systems and tools uh, available who can crunch that data and make some decision. But getting the correct set of data and getting the correct set of parameters and having in mind what you want to do is the crux to application of the technology. Yep. Thanks, Maya, for your insight. And yeah, this is interesting. I'll get more details about baby chakra, and yeah, and try to find out how it helps my existing problems which I have with my kids. So I'll definitely look into it. Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. To you, Ivan. So in this ever expanding and specializing market, uh, just like our universe, so the need for in-depth research, business intelligence, and analysis has increased to make better decisions. Now, ID Tech does provide independent market research and events for over 2 decades, right? So, since you are already present in the panel, I think you would you have rich knowledge about the market needs, the way forward, and common pitfalls that are against the common thinking in this domain. So many a times there are some myths around the technology, around the usage. So if you can throw some light on what are the common pitfalls and what is the way forward in this
Sure. So,
healthcare domain. Yep.
as you said during your introduction, so at the moment we're really seeing the aging of populations throughout the world. So it's estimated that the number of people over 65 years old might double in the next 10 years, which is absolutely huge. And so because of this, people are becoming weaker and more prone to illness. And so, because of this, we're seeing an increasing prevalence of chronic diseases, things like cardiovascular disease, which are extremely prevalent. And so, as these diseases are rising in prevalence, we're really becoming desperate for technologies that will enable the management of these diseases and provide higher standards of care for patients. But at the moment, healthcare systems around the world really are struggling to keep up with the demands that is being caused by those problems. So we're seeing overburdened doctors, nurses. Really the entire healthcare systems are really struggling to cope with the number of patients, the really the pressure that's being put on them. And we're also seeing increasing costs, which are limiting the access of currently available treatment options to the patients. And so I think that the rise of AI can be directly, correlated to these current issues. And I think an important kind of application of AI at the moment is in medical diagnostics. So as we said, currently healthcare systems, doctors are really struggling to see patients. So that means that each patient gets less time with the doctor. Doctors are getting more and more, say, medical scans that they need to analyze. And AI can really provide support, decision support for these doctors that need faster insights and better insights so that they can properly diagnose the right disease. So if I can take the example of image recognition AI, for example, that's being used currently by some hospitals to analyze medical scans, medical images, say, for example, a brain scan or a chest x-ray. The AI is really helping doctors to detect abnormalities quicker and also more accurately. So that helps to reduce radiologist fatigue, and it helps to reduce the chances of human error, which can be very costly and lead to problems down the line for the patients. And it's also helping doctors to prioritize patients. So the AI can, for example, inform the doctors which patients need to be seen more urgently, which so that allows more efficient allocation of resources within hospitals. And the importance of AI really, especially now that deep learning elements have been incorporated, is that it can improve over time. So the AI learns from the data that it's being exposed to, and it's becoming better at its role as it kind of learns from as it learns from the data that it comes across, and becomes more valuable really over time. Um,
Okay. Yep. Uh, I think that's an interesting aspect, and also there were some queries like will AI take the entire healthcare, and so what I think is it it definitely wouldn't take away the human angle from it. We do need human touch. The only thing, as you correctly mentioned, is just the AI will act as act in a manner to take away the issues that we have, and that's by assisting us. So it's just an extension of our knowledge base, which helps us in making clear and proper decisions. So instead of we doing some repeated task and failing due to fatigue or any other conditions, it will just make sure that it does better analysis and then helps us with better data, so that we take proper decisions. And also it can help assist in making decision making, but ultimately it would be the actual human who would be looking at the other person.
Exactly, yes. So the AI, it's never going to replace humans. Really, it's really designed for providing assistance, whether that is in telemedicine or in diagnostics or any other application of AI in healthcare at the moment. The key really is to provide the means to doctors, radiologists, and so on to be able to provide the best possible standard of care. But humans will always be needed in the equation.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks Ivan. Now coming back to Neeraj. Now, Neeraj, we are in the virtual session, and that's due to the current pandemic. And the only thing the world is waiting for is the vaccine. And since Immunify Me fills the gap of missing relationships between vaccination data, immunization gap, and individual health records, I think. Do you feel that it would play a vital role during this pandemic once we have a vaccine?
Yeah, see, once we have the vaccine, and I keep my fingers crossed that we get it soon. We will, there will be few, cause of concerns which will be there. I mean, it is something which I feel while being in this industry. It's not a huge problem, but there are problems of counterfeit vaccines.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because of the kind of fear psychosis this COVID-19 has brought into public.
Mm-hmm.
Once the vaccine comes out, there might be more, criminal elements which can come, and they might just get into, some counterfeit vaccines might come in.
Mm-hmm.
Counterfeit vaccines are nothing but pure distilled water. It doesn't have any adverse effect on humans, but it will not be effective also.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something which is a cause of concern. So identifying the vials which are authentic vials. So right at the time of giving the vaccine, authentication of the vial is one of the concerns which we are working on currently. Then there are logistical issues like who is going to get it first. But of course, that's not something which we have to decide. That's on the government which has to decide on. The third one is monitoring the person, somebody who has already got the vaccine,
Mm-hmm.
because a vaccine development process is from research to coming into the market is about 10 to 15 years. Now what we have done is we have accelerated that entire process in 6 to 9 months. So there might be, I'm again, uh, there might be some long-term effect which we might not know on the humans what will
Mm-hmm.
happen, though every scientist and everybody wants to make it safe for humans to consume it, but we don't know, because the long-term effects of 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, we don't know as yet. So monitoring people who would get the vaccines, that will be important. Another one would be, in all probability, these vaccines are not going to be one dose vaccines. They are going to be more than one dose vaccine. I'm talking about in terms of COVID vaccine. So
Mm-hmm.
identifying that is also very, very important. So maybe the efficacy will be for 6 months. So after 6 months, you need to get another dose. So sending them reminders, monitoring them, is there any adverse effect on them in 6 months or in 1 year? That becomes important. So that's what another thing which we are doing. The third part which we are helping right now is, the air travel. Air travel is, people do not want to travel, and economy depends on. So if you want to open up economy faster, you also need to open up air travel faster. How do you do that? So we are currently, again, with Serum and with Kavi, we are working on something like, and IATA, of course, we are working on something to bring out a COVID passport. It will be on your smartphone. It will have a QR code which immigration officers and the airlines officials can scan again and track whether this person has received the vaccine. He has got the vaccine or not. And if he has got, when did he get? Did he get it 6 months ago? Then he has to take it again. But if he has received 1 week ago, then we know that he's kind of immune till next 6 months. So he can travel freely. It will help the countries to open up their economy, to open up their airports, and travel sooner.
So
So that's
it would
where
help in
we
easing compliance.
yes, that's
Okay.
what we are currently working on,
Mhm.
and hopefully everything goes all right and we have the vaccines commercially available by the end of this year or probably by early next year. Then all these things will help. Another thing which we help, Paresh, with the governments actually using our own machine learning is identifying the areas for a particular vaccination campaigns. For example, when we while working with government of Bihar, we realized that in one particular district, and in that district also, in one particular geography of that district, children were not, they were missing out on MMR vaccine. MMR is the measles vaccines,
The measles.
and while we realized that, while we saw that this geography is not getting that, we could alert the authorities for, there might be an outbreak of measles which can come into this particular geography. So all these things have become possible because we use AI, we use machine learning a lot. And I feel AI is here to stay. It helps you. I mean, the human intervention is not definitely not going to go, but it definitely helps you
Yep.
diagnose things more accurately.
Yep. So, thanks, Neeraj. And I think everyone is working towards a society where we are seeing healthy people around, and uh, maybe in future we would, when children will learn about diseases, it would be a history, because they would think, okay, we already have systems which diagnose it much early in the cycle, and we do not have to suffer. Thanks, everyone. We have some queries. Uh, so I'll just pick up some randomly. Uh, as Neeraj, you were mentioning about the COVID-19, assisting the authorities in this COVID-19 situation. So, is there any other app except Arogya Setu in which AI helps us to detect any disease? I think anyone can pick this up.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of apps where you can put in your symptoms and at least get an idea of what the ballpark might be of your disease. Of course, you still have to go to a doctor for any prescription or a final checkup. But I know there is even this Babylon Health, which is based in UK. As far as I know, not in India, that you can check your symptoms on. But I don't think you can make a definite like a diagnosis that this is for sure is what you have. You still have to visit the doctor. We're not there yet where it can be done online, basically.
And
I
just
mean, there's a very simple example of the Apple Watch, right? I mean, it's basically taking your vitals every minute. And in fact, I mean, we're living it, right? I mean, all of us either have like a smartwatch or we have, another sort of device where our vitals are being tracked, and it's basically giving us feedback on what are we doing, what's working, what's not working, alerting people if there's like a cardiac arrhythmia that's playing out. I mean, these are all these events that are playing out. I mean, like we're sort of trying to understand if there's a play for, and it already exists in the market. So I don't know. I mean, I would still think about the innovation we do there, but like a fetal heart rate monitor. So
Yeah.
these are all sort of this sort of hardware with software on, you know, the manifestation is an app, but these
Right.
solutions are already amongst us and within us.
Yep.
I mean, there's another very interesting one that I'm still trying to figure out more details on, and it came to me. It's interesting. Came to me as an angel investor, so I have to figure out if I want to continue. I'm looking at it still. It's actually a technology where you speak into it. It actually understands if there are any underlying health issues that you have.
Emotions. Yep.
So it's quite
Any
interesting.
psychological
Also,
issues.
yeah.
Yeah. Recently, I was also reading an article about doing COVID testing using voice. So it ultimately depends upon how deep the network is taught on how many samples and what is the relationship that it has created. So one of the question is related to that, like how crucial is the data collection, and an accelerated or limited case like now, uh, would it affect the outcomes?
I think the kind of data that you pick to train your AI algorithms really are quite key. To predicting and ensuring that the algorithm will work the way you want it to in the future. So, for example, if you want an algorithm to be able to detect disease efficiently, you need to take into account the fact that you need to have different population demographics, for example, patients of different backgrounds, types of tissue, gender, and so on. All that will play a role into ensuring that your algorithm will be able to detect disease in as wide a population range as possible, and that will ensure that it can be applied to different countries, different diseases, and really to make sure that it can be as versatile as possible.
Okay.
But data is the most crucial part that I'm sure everyone here would agree for AI. That's the main, that's gold.
Yeah, data is the new oil. That's what we say, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And maybe we just have time for a last question. So it's like, can AI replace doctors in healthcare industry? Anyone?
I think AI is very important to help doctors in the industry, but it's not designed. The idea is not for AI to take over and to make the decisions instead of the doctors. It's really to provide insights that will allow the doctor to make more informed decisions. So the doctor will always need to be there.
So maybe it may remove the diagnostic aspect, because it may be able to diagnose as we go ahead and we have more and more sensors, but ultimately the decision for medication and the decision, you would need some personal touch, because uh, ultimately AI is, as we earlier discussed, is an extension. So it would be complementing our limitations. It would not replace our knowledge base. So
Yes, it can extend, expand our capabilities. Yeah,
Exactly. It
absolutely.
can make it faster, sure, but
Yep.
definitely not replace doctors. Yeah.
Okay, so that's all we have today. And any like I want each one of you to say at least one uh, ending remark to our audience.
I'll go first, I guess.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we
Ivan.
really, even though AI is really not a new concept, it's been around for several years, if not decades now. But at least in healthcare, we're really starting to see the benefits now in the last, say, 5 years or so. So it's still relatively new. AI is not perfect; it's still learning. We are still learning how to make the best use of it. But it's very clear that the value of AI in healthcare is really immense, and it's not going to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Aulokita?
I feel like AI is really going to help a lot in healthcare. Seeing an end-to-end with AI integrated into it, whether it's through bedside genomics or ICU care or with baby care, it's definitely not going to be more than 5 years where you actually can't even imagine a world how did it exist without AI. So I think we are getting there pretty quickly.
Thanks. Neeraj?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I went, no, the electricity went right at the nick of the time. So, yeah, if you want to ask me that question, if you what you were asking me, that
So
would be
it's just a ending
nice.
note.
Otherwise,
Yeah, it's just a end note to our audience,
okay.
like one or two sentences that you want to convey to
Yeah,
our
right.
audience.
No, again, I agree with what Avlokita and Yvonne said, that AI is here to stay, especially in it will play more and more bigger role in healthcare, especially in towards the diagnosis side. And also, when you look at it from a business perspective, 5 years ago, 2014, the whole AI industry was about 160 million, and 5 years later from now, it's about by 2026 it is it is supposed to be going around 150 billion. So AI is a good thing for all of us, and AI is actually here to stay.
Yep. Naya?
Yeah, so I have a little bit of a different view. I mean, of course, I believe AI is here to stay, and I'm really excited and very, very bullish in the potential. But I think just a word of caution, AI can be very biased, right? Depending on the data set it gets fed. And we've all seen it play out. So I think just one word to everyone, because I'm assuming everyone here is interested in AI and the implications it has on healthcare. I think what we're doing is really important, and we need to do more of, which is actually democratizing and making our data a lot more inclusive, because over time the care might extend and expand, but if we don't have the right data sets to sort of feed our logic and the AI, then either we exclude certain populations from the care or we give biased care to them. So I think that's just a thought I'd leave us with.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Thanks, Naya, for that different view. So before we
And
end,
which is why
I
I
just
want to close saying I'll be open for collaborations,
yeah,
basically.
exactly. So before we close, I just want to uh, ta- have some key takeaways. That is, you need to have the correct set of data if you want to use AI. Second thing, AI is a tool. It's not a magic wand that it will do something for you, but it's a tool. It will perform as you provide the data to it and as you create models on top of it. So it's just like another tool. It's just that it's very powerful, so you can utilize it to your benefit. And yeah, in this healthcare domain, I think since we as humans would have the same model for centuries, so it's the best thing we can apply to the healthcare domain. Okay, so with that, I think we are already we have already crossed our time. So thanks to all the esteemed panelists for your insight and giving your valuable time. I hope whatever you mentioned would definitely inspire our audience. So, in fact, I'm really inspired by looking at the variant perspectives and the different domains and how AI binds everything together. And I can really see a bright future if everyone, takes up some problem statement and try to mitigate it for the good. Yep. So
Thank you so
thanks
much.
everyone. Thanks panelists.
Thank you
Thanks
all.
audience. Yep. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Thank you, Paresh. Thank you for inviting all of us. Thank you.
Thanks as
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the panelists, for such an insightful session.
Mhm. Yep.
So now we have the most awaited session for the day, the hands-on workshop on object recognition using deep learning. Samkit, can we have Sachin in the room? So we have Mr. Sachin Hegde with us. Sachin is an experienced data scientist with expertise in working with real-time time series and historical sensor data from IoT and IIoT platforms across different domains. Sachin, over to you.
Thank you, Asgar, for the introduction. Uh, we have only 1.5 hours. Like we will directly jump into the topic and we will interact on live. Okay. I will share my screen. Is my screen visible for everyone? Please do comment. Is my screen visible? Okay, thank you. Okay, before diving deep into the session, I would like to give a small instruction. Since I am presenting my screen, I will not be able to read the comments. So at the end of the topic, we will keep the questionnaire session where we can clear our doubts. Okay. Okay. Moving forward with the topic, the agenda of today's session is what we will understand what is computer vision, how computer reads an image, what is OpenCV, basics of OpenCV, face detection using OpenCV, like we will do hands-on on it. We will do hands-on on vehicle number plate detection, and I will show you the demo of real-time face and number plate detection using concurrent convolution neural network, okay, CNN. This is the agenda of next 1.5 hours. First is what is OpenCV, right? What is computer vision? Self-driving car is the most buzzing word in the automotive sector right now, right? Every tech giants are interested in introducing full-fledged self-driving cars to the market, like giants like Microsoft, Tesla, and Google. Everyone are working on that. It was believed impossible few years before, right? But we are witnessing that in front of us. How this self-driving car are able to achieve such a great intelligence, right? As a human, when we drive car, we make some mistakes while driving, right? We nowadays we believe on the machinery. We sit back and relax in the car, and we reach our destination safely, where our machines make intelligent decisions, right? How it is possible? This is possible using deep learning or computer vision and with the combination of artificial intelligence. Taking another example, like we all use Facebook, right? When we upload a picture on Facebook with our families or friends, there will be auto tagging suggestions where it instruct us to tag a person in that particular image, right? How it is possible? How Facebook can look into the picture of somebody and suggest the exact name of his to tag into that picture, right? This is with achieved using computer vision or deep learning. And the greatest application of deep learning is in the field of healthcare, right? Which can save the life of many people in the finding the whether the tumor is malignant or benign, whether the tumor is cancerous or non-cancer. It is a very crucial decision to do, and based on that decision, the life of the patient is dependent, right? To make such a crucial decision, we use computer vision or deep learning in that different sectors, like in automobile sector, in social medias, and in healthcare domains, right? Then what is computer vision actually? Computer vision is an interdisciplinary field that deals with how computer can be made to gain high level understanding from digital images or videos, right? Basically to mimic a human vision system to the machineries, right? This is what computer vision is, mimicking the human vision system to the computers. let's understand how human vision system works, right? We have eyes which collects information from the environment like object color, form of the object, size of the object, depth of the object, right? And further this information is sent into to the brain. Okay, brain receives this information from the eyes, and using the past memory which we have gained from our previous experience, it let us classify, identify, differentiate the object, things, etc., right? Basically the information was gained by the eyes, and that gained information is sent to the brain to make the decision what actually the object is, right? Through pre-trained model in machine learning, we pass the data to trained model, and the decision will come out based on the experience of a model, right? Similarly, how our eyes and brain works. Next, okay, we as a human being, when we look into the any picture or any object, we can suddenly recognize that, right? But how computer reads an image? So we should first understand the digital representation of image, right? When we speak about the high quality images or a videos, we basically speak about the quality, right? Nothing quality, nothing but resolution of a particular image or a video, right? If the image clarity of a image or the resolution of the image is high, then we call it as HD image, right? HD video or something. When we zoom into the one particular image to the deep of the image, we will find a small tiny square boxes which is placed close to each other. This small tiny square boxes is nothing but as a pixel. We call it as pixel. What is pixel? Pixel is a small element or the small region of a picture, particular picture. Here, each pixel is associated with a color which is formed by three main colors, that is RGB, red, green and blue. Okay, this combination of these RGB colors can create a millions of colors. Okay, millions of different colors. Here the each pixels are associated with a particular color. Okay, and that color is represented in numerical format. As we all know, the computer only understands binary codes, right? Zeros and ones. So these values are further converted into binary values and passed into the system such that the computer can easily understand what the actual image is, right? This is the digital representation of an image. Further, like, okay, we understood how human vision system works and how computer reads an image. Now we will dive deep into the topic, like how computer reads an image. Just observe the picture on a screen, like it is a face of a person, right? As a human being, we can easily understand that, and we can easily say that it is a face of a person. But how really the computer understands this? If the image is colored image, then there will be mainly three channels: red, green and blue. As I told before, these are the base color. RGB colors are the base color for any images. Okay, this RGB color, each channel has associated with a matrix. Okay, even red color, green color and blue color, they are associated with a matrix where each element in the matrix represent the depth of a color or brightness of the color. Okay, we have a image, and based on the image we have three channels. Since it's a colored image, red, green and blue, okay, each channel will associated with a matrix where each element of the matrix represent the brightness or the intensity of a that particular color. Okay, we got three different matrices. Then what we do is we stack these three different matrices one above the other, so it will be forming 3D image. Here the RGB matrices are placed one above the other, and here if we say B cross A cross 3, then it's like, for example, 700 cross 700 with three different colors or 3 channels, we can say that B cross A cross 3. If it's a black and white image, there is only one channel, okay, 700 cross 700 we say. If it's a color image, we say 700 cross 700 cross 3, since it's a 3 channel. We understood how computer reads an image. Next, we will understand what is OpenCV, and further we will, while doing hands-on sessions, we will clearly get into the topic and we will understand in more depth. Okay, what is OpenCV? OpenCV Python is a library of Python designed to solve computer vision problem. Okay, this is basically a library to deal with the computer vision problems. OpenCV supports wide varieties of language like Java, C++, and Python. Okay, and different platforms like Linux, Windows, etc. Okay, OpenCV Python is basically a Python wrapper for original OpenCV implementation, C++ implementation. Okay, to Python, OpenCV Python is Python wrapper for OpenCV in Python. Okay, the first invention of OpenCV was by Intel in 1999 by Gary Bradsky, and first release came out in the year 2000. What basically OpenCV does is, OpenCV array structures are converted into NumPy array structure. The NumPy array structure is very handy in Python. So the OpenCV array structure is converted into NumPy array, and further that NumPy array can be used to deal with the other libraries like scientific Python or matplotlib, basically to plot the images or a graph in Python. This is basically what the work of OpenCV library is. Okay, since we are doing hands-on on detection of number plate and face detection, we will understand the workflow. Okay, how face detection using OpenCV can be achieved. Right, we have a image of a person here. Okay, then we need a trained model to detect the face of to basically to detect the feature of a face like nose, eyes, chin, like different features of a face, and we, based on that, we pass the data into OpenCV and are converted into NumPy array, and finally we will be recognizing the face of a person in a image. This is how the whole flow of face detection goes on. Next, this is what I have explained is to detect the face of a person in an image. How can we implement the same thing for a video, right? It's very simple. Like we all know that video is nothing but images appear very fast, right? If we scroll down the image very fast, it looks like a video, right? Similar concept, we will do hands-on on this topic where we will try to detect the face of in a video. Okay, the workflow is the first we will get the video from the webcam or the other external camera which we have attached, and we will go into the conditions of whether the image has a face or like face or not. Further, we will apply the conditions, different condition to detect the faces, and that process goes on, right? This is observe here, friends, there is a guy dancing here. Basically he is doing only 2 steps, but if it's 2 different image, it's moving very fast such that we it looks like a person is dancing, right? It looks like a video. This is all about the theory behind how OpenCV works and how computer vision works, and detection of face in a video. Let's move to a hands-on session. Okay, this is much about theory, and I hope everyone are clear with this theory which I have explained. Everyone are clear with this topic which I have explained, such that we can move to the hands-on session. Yes, yes, thank you. Everyone can open code editor, whichever they are familiar with. Okay, I am using VS Code. Whichever code editor you are familiar with, you can use that. I hope my code editor is visible for everyone, so that we can move smoothly on hands-on session. Please do comment. Okay, thank you. Moving ahead, first what we will do is we should import the OpenCV library. To import the OpenCV library, we have to install the OpenCV library into the Python environment. So I am using virtual environment from Anaconda. You can directly install OpenCV. To method to open OpenCV, install OpenCV is pip install OpenCV Python. This is how you can install OpenCV in your Python, OpenCV library in Python. Okay, I will not install it because I have installed it before, so I don't want it to overlap. Once you install OpenCV library, we have to import the library into Python environment. Import CV2. CV2 is the OpenCV library. Next, what we have to do is we have to get the video from our webcam or the external camera which we are using. So I will assign the variable video, and using OpenCV there is an inbuilt module for video capture. Hope everyone are following me on hands-on session. Please do comment. Everyone install the package, OpenCV package, are able to install the OpenCV package. Please do comment. Okay. Okay, getting response. Thank you. Okay, moving forward, video capture module is nothing but to get a video from the inbuilt webcam or from the external camera. We are using a CV2 dot video capture. If we mention 0 here, it's nothing but it's capturing image from your webcam. If we mention 1, it will 1 or 2 based on your USB port, it will access the video from external camera, okay, which you have connected. For time instance, we will mention it 0, which will capture the image from inbuilt camera, that is web camera. Next is we have to check whether the we are getting the data. As I told, we will have numpy array when we get the image from the external source. We will it will be represented as the numpy array, right? So first we will check whether we are getting the data or not. For that, we are assigning two variables, like and frame, where this rect returns the boolean value, whether true or false, whether we are getting the data or not. Frame returns the numpy array. Okay, again we have video dot read method, which will return the numpy array. Next, video dot release. Next, destroy all windows. This is to close the window. Otherwise, the whole image capturing process will be on the loop. So we will destroy all windows. Since my webcam is using the live stream session, so I can't access the inbuilt webcam. So I am using external webcam. So I am mentioning one here. If you guys can access your webcam while the stream is going on, it's well and good. Otherwise, try the code after when the session ends. Okay. Since I have mentioned here one here because I am using external USB camera. Okay. Next, I have to see whether I am getting a data or not. Print, right? And I will print the frame also. Okay, we are set. I will run the code. I am getting the data. As you can see, we are first it's returned true, which is we are it is assuring that we are getting the data, and when we print the frame, we are getting the numpy array with 3 dimension. Okay, but observe friends, when we get a data, our code is directly exiting from the code, right? This is because we are able to capture only first frame of the video. Okay, as I told, we should run the frame in a loop such that it will appear like a video, but the problem here we are facing is we are getting only one frame and we are exiting from the video. Okay, we will deal with that. So as I told, we should keep the frames in a loop, right? So I am mentioning while loop. I'm mentioning while loop here. Now for while loop, I have specified I should specify the condition. So I should check whether I am gathering the image or the data. Okay. Video dot is open. Return video dot is open returns whether I am getting the data or not. Okay. Now this should be inside the loop. Next step is I am getting the data in form of numbers, right? I want to visualize the video. Okay, I should get a pop-up of which displays a video so that we can recognize the video or we can witness the video. So I have to display some frames or some window to display the video. So for that we should using OpenCV has a module called ImShow, which basically gives us the video in the frame. Okay, this I am giving the name for a window and I have to display the frame. Okay, sorry, not here. Here, name for the window, it is video, and I have to display the frame. Next, what happens is when the frame, when the window pops up, it will be running in the loop, so that I should manage to exit from the window. So what I should do is, I should assign a key. Okay, in OpenCV we have wait key, where what wait key basically does is, it will wait, it will refresh the screen for 1 millisecond, and if I press key, if I press Q button in my keyboard, my whole window should be closed, or it should be baked. I hope we are ready to run the code. Okay, I am getting the image or the video. It's working fine. Now if I press Q on my on my keyboard, the window will exit. Okay, next thing is, we are able to access the video, right? Now the main aim is to recognize the face in a video. For that we have to use cascade classifier. If you go to GitHub account of Cascade, you will get this link. Here we are using R Cascade frontal face default XML. Basically what this classifier has is, for every model which we have to run, it should be pre-trained, right? To detect a face, we should pre-train the model such a way that when it recognizes a face in a video, it should be able to capture that face or mark the region where the face is located. So we will be using this R Cascade frontal face default XML R Cascade classifier is pre-trained model with a positive and negative images. That is, the image or the video with an face and without a face. So that using this classifier, we can easily implement the face detection algorithm. To download this, I will paste this link on the chat box so that you can all go to this and you can record. Okay, I have pasted that. Okay, now go to that GitHub link and you can download this. Press on raw, select all, and you can save the file as XML, right? This is the procedure of saving this cascade classifier. It should be placed in the folder where you are writing the code, right? Where your code is placed. This is the method to download R cascade classifier. So I have to import the cascade classifier to my Python environment. So I will assign the variable name as cascade CV2 OpenCV. There is something called as cascade classifier in a OpenCV module to import the ready-made cascade classifier into Python environment. And I am pasting. Now I have imported the R cascade frontal face default XML file to my Python environment. Now what we should do is we should convert the video which we have captured into grayscale. Okay, so for that we have something called as OpenCV CVT color. In that we have to place the frame which we obtained here, and CVT V2 color, as I told, BGR to gray. Basically what it does is it will convert the colored image into black and white image. Why we are converting the colored image into colored video into black and white? Because when we have the black and white image, we have only two colors, like binary values, right? Zeros and ones. The information which we pass into the model is very limited. When there is wide varieties of color, the information which we should pass into the model is too much. So we are converting the colored image into black and white image. Our next task is to detect the face in that particular image. So now what, since I have imported cascade classifier into my Python environment, using that cascade classifier I should detect the face of a person in the video. So cascade dot, in cascade classifier there is something called detect multi-scale, okay, which help us to detect the face in an image. First we have to pass the image. Here we are passing grayscale image. Okay, next there is something called as scale factor. I will mention it as 1.1. I will explain what this each and every parameter represents. Okay, first I will complete the code. Next is there is something called as minimum neighbors. I will mention it as 20, and minimum size. Minimum size I will mention it as 30 by 30. I will explain what the each and every parameter represent. Okay, gray is nothing but the video which or the image which we have converted into grayscale, right? Black and white image, that is nothing but gray parameter. Scale factor is nothing but this parameter specifies how much image size to is reduced to each image scale. Okay, suppose the scale factor is mentioned as 1.01. okay, it means that we are using small step of resizing the image. Okay, that is we will be reducing it to 1%. Next parameter is minimum neighbors. What this minimum neighbor represents is this parameter specifies how many neighbors each candidate rectangle should have. Okay, if the minimum neighbor is higher the value, the chance of recognizing the face is low, but it will be the recognized face will be more accurate. Next parameter is minimum size. This minimum size is nothing but what is the frame of the image should be. The value below 30 by 30 is the frame below 30 by 30 is not acceptable. This is what the all this parameter represents. Next is we should, okay, we should able to Get the image right now. Color, okay. There is some spelling mistake. CV2, okay. Next step is we should introduce a for loop here. For x comma, we are specifying coordinates x comma y, w comma h, x and y values and width and height of the face we have detected in frames or in the face. Okay. Next, what we have to do is we have to draw a rectangle around the face. Okay. For that, we have something called as rectangular module in OpenCV. We have to mention the two coordinates x and y, and x axis plus width of the face plus y axis height of the. Next, we have to mention what should be the color of a rectangle. I will 255 0 0. As I mentioned before, it is blue, green and red. I want my rectangle should be in the blue color. Okay. And size of the rectangular box. Okay. This is all about how we detect the face. 1 second. Okay. Now we will run the code. CV2 has no attribute. Okay, spelling mistake I have made here. Okay, delete here. Okay. Minimum neighbors. We are able to, I will show the demo. See, when our model is able to recognize the image on the screen, right? Okay, we have successfully recognized the image on the screen. Our next step is to save this image, right? There is no use that we only recognize that. We have to save the recognized face in our database. So what will we do is we have to save the image. For that, first I will crop the detected face. I will mention it as subface. Okay. From the frame, from the original frame, I am fetching out the face region. Okay. That is y plus y axis with its height, and from the for x axis x plus width of the particular triangle. So we will be able to access the particular region of a face. Next, I have to save the file, or to save the picture of detected face. I need a file name, right? So we will mention file name as face. Okay. Next, what format the detected or the crop face should be saved in? I will save in JPG format. Okay. Next, I have to write the file to my database. That is, for that, OpenCV has module called IamWrite. Okay. It helps us to save the detected face in the folder or a database. For that, IamWrite, I should first mention the file name and crop face, that is subface, which I should save in the folder. Okay, we will check how our code works. Okay, save the image, run. We are able to detect the face. As I told, the rectangular or the box which is reflecting on the screen is in the blue color. As we mentioned, we can mention whichever color we require. Okay, we have detected the face. Now we will check whether the detected face is saved in our database. See, it's not clear. If we use the webcam, we will get the clear picture of the face. Okay, since I am using external USB camera, it's not so clear. Let me try again where I can obtain the clear picture. Okay. Okay, it's better than previous image. Okay, if we use the external IP camera or some other camera, you can get a clear picture. This is how real-time face detection can be achieved using OpenCV. I will walk you through the code again. Okay, where you can be more clear about that. First, I am importing the OpenCV library and I am importing the Arc Cascade frontal face default XML file to my Python environment. Next, I am using video capture module in OpenCV. I will be able to access the video from a webcam or the external USB camera, and I have to get the frame very fast. I have run the whole code in a while loop where I can get the clear video without any lag. First, I am using video.read. I am getting the frames of an image. Next, I am converting the obtained image into grayscale. Next, what we are doing is we are detecting the face in a video. Okay, using the rectangular box. Next thing is I am cropping the face from the video and I am saving in my database. Okay, when I press the key Q in my keyboard, the whole frame will exit. Okay, this is all about how to detect real-time face using OpenCV. Hope everyone are clear. If you have any doubt regarding the code which we have executed till now, just please ask the question so that I can clear this and we will move ahead how to detect a number plate of a vehicle. CV2 is nothing but OpenCV module, right? We are importing that as CV2 into Python environment. This is nothing. That is nothing but OpenCV library. Can face detection help in anywhere, like in banks or in any office? Yeah, surely. For the security system, everywhere we can use face detection algorithms. Okay, clear, sir. Super. Thank you. Use Sublime Text or CMD. Yeah, it's not matter that which code editor we are using. Whichever editor you are comfortable with, you can use that. Okay. Here I am using VS Code. Hope everyone are clear with the topic which I have explained till now. Please do comment so that I can move forward. Yeah, how can we save multiple images? We can save multiple images based on the time frame, right? Instead of mentioning the file name, if we attach with the system timings, based on the timings, you can save the images. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm getting the response that everyone are clear with the topic. So I will move forward. This is all about detecting the face in a video and saving it into the database. Next concept is to detect a number plate from an image. Okay, for that I will use Jupyter Notebook. Set up for a second. Okay. Face and number plate detection. I will share the GitHub link where you can get access to this code and whichever image I am using in. Okay. I will paste the link in a chat box. Please do share with. Okay. Okay. Please go through that link and you can access my GitHub account where you can download the face and number plate detection code. Okay, and the images which I am using for the execution of this code. Basically, how to check that whether that image matched from our data set. I didn't get the question clearly. As per my understanding, you are asking that how, see, it will be the live streaming image, right? If you are deploying this model in a bank, when in the entry of a bank, when the customer arrives into the bank, it will automatically capture the face of that person and it will be saved in the database based on the his entry time. Okay, based on that we can clearly make out that at what time that person has been entered into the bank, and based on that we can move further, right? That is I think that is the answer for how to check whether the image match for our data set, right? Hope everyone got the link of my GitHub account. Okay, please download the code so that we will go hand on hand. Okay, if you are set up, please comment yes in the comment section so that I can move forward. Okay, I need more response. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, this is the Jupyter notebook. If you have not installed Jupyter notebook, no problem. If you can directly access, I have provided the code with the solutions. Okay, you can go through that and later on you can try out with the code. Okay, we'll restart and clear all the outputs. Okay, here I will not explicitly program. I will walk you through the code and how basically we can do this. Okay, if you are trying to kickstart your career in machine learning or deep learning, you can mention this in your resume so that you will get good weightage for your resume. Okay, here I am importing OpenCV library and I am importing NumPy. I am importing matplotlib. What basically matplotlib does is it helps us to plot the graphs. Matplotlib inline helps us to display the graph when we execute the code immediately. Okay, I am importing the libraries. I have written a function such that to display the two images parallelly. Okay, this is a simple function where the size of the images will be 15 by 15. Then there will be subplot where subplot contains two images. Okay, that is the basic function which I have written. Next, I am importing the image called boy car. This is the image. Okay, this image I am importing to the, my Jupyter notebook. Okay, I am reading the image using OpenCV IM read module. I am plotting the image. Okay, this is the image which I have imported. If you observe, the image color has been changed, right? Here the image is of other color. Here it's displaying almost in the bluish, right? That is because OpenCV has basically we in every module we have RGB colors. Okay, in OpenCV it's BGR in the reverse format, because they have not changed it, because it is BGR format is compatible with other modules in OpenCV. So I guess they have not changed that, but they have function to change to BGR to RGB colors. Okay, this is the original BGR image. Okay, this is I have converted into RGB format. That can be achieved using CVT color function. Okay, in OpenCV we have CVT color. I am mentioning the image which I should convert in from BGR to RGB. Okay, when I execute and plot that using the functions which I have written to plot the images, I can convert BGR to RGB. This is to give the idea of how whole OpenCV works with computer vision, right? Next is, as I told, I will convert the image into grayscale image. Okay, here I have converted the original colored image to grayscale using BGR to gray. Next is this is important. Just concentrate on the code. I am applying bilateral filter. Why we are using a bilateral filter is our aim is to focus on the number plate of a car. Okay, these are all the noise which we have. So the bilateral filter will blur the image, and it will reduce the noise of a image. See, if you compare with the grayscale image to the blurred image, or after applying the bilateral filter, the image is faded, right? It has reduced the noise in the image. Okay, we have imported the image which contains the face of a person and the number plate, and we have converted it into grayscale image. Now what we do is we have to find the edge of a image, the edge of object image in a image, right? So for that we use something called as canny. Okay, in OpenCV we have something called as canny, where it helps us to detect the edge of edge or the object in an image. Okay, edge of a object in an image. After I have passed here blurred image, that is grayscale image, which has been blurred, to this canny function. Okay, it detected the edge of the object in an image for us. Okay, next step what we will do is we have to mark the detected edges, right? We can't mark every edges, like every edge which has been detected is not important for us. The main we are concentrating on the number plate and the face of a person. Okay, so that we have something called as find contours. Contours is nothing but a curve joining all the continuous point. Okay, as you observe here in a number plate, it will be a curve, right? It will be joining the edges of the curves. Okay, so we should concentrate on such a edges or such a region. Okay, so find contours will help us to detect the edges which connecting the fully connected regions. Okay, we can say in that way. Okay, now what we can do is using that edges, we have marked the edges with a pink color, okay, which as I told before also, you can use any color to mark the edges. If you want other color, I can use red here also. Sorry, it's blue, BGR, okay, blue color I have used here. Whichever color you can you want, you can use to detect the edges. It's not an issue. Okay, I have found the contours of the edges, and I have marked the edges in the original image. Next thing is, I am not interested in all the edges detected, right? All the regions of edges which I have detected. I only want to concentrate the fully connected region, that is number plate. Okay, so there is, I have sorted the obtained edges from ascending to descending order. I have taken first 10 edges into consideration, okay, and next function what I have done is, I have reduced the contours, right? These are all the noise which I am not interested in, right? I am interested in only the number plate, okay. So to reduce all the noise in the detected edges or the corners, I am reducing that using image reduce, okay. Further, I will this is all the pre-processing steps which we have done, right? Finally, we are good to detect with the number plate. To detect the number plate, I will iterate through the contours, individual contours, okay. Then I will find the perimeter, okay. These are all the simple OpenCV methods, okay, which we have used here. You can go in detail with the documentation of this, how it works internally, okay. Due to lack of time, I will just summarize it and I will move forward, okay. Using OpenCV arc length, we can find the perimeter of the region, okay, of particular region. I am iterating through every contours and I am finding the perimeter of every edges, okay. Next, I have, since we know that the number plate has 4 edges, okay, what I am doing is, I am looking for the 4 edges here. I am multiplying the perimeter with 0.0, the small value, and if I find the 4 edges in a edge count, then I am sure that the detected region is number plate, okay. So I can proceed further, and what I will do is, I will fetch that detected edge and I will save into the database. That is what CV2 IMWrite does, okay. I am saving the number plate in PNG format, okay. This is you are familiar with, right? I am fetching the plate region from the original image, okay, and it returns true. The number plate is present in the image, so it returned the value true. We will look into the database. See, originally this image was not there. Now our model was able to detect the number plate in the image, and it has fetched the number plate from that image and saved to the database. Next is, okay, we have successfully detected the number plate in the image. Next, in the same image, we have to detect the face, okay. To detect the face, as I told, we are importing Har cascade with frontal face default. There are different types of cascade to detect the eyes, nose, mouth, or like that. You can try out with that all the type of cascades, okay. It's very interesting. Now I am writing a since for the real time face detection in a video, we have passed the frames into the loop, okay. Since it is a image, we are sure that we should detect the face in a particular image, so that no need to pass the image into through the loop. So I am directly using har cascade face detect multi-scale from the grayscale image. Okay, I should detect the face. Okay, and print when the face is found, print the face is, how many faces are detected. Here we can detect multiple faces also, and in the real time face recognition also we can save the multiple faces based on the system timings. Okay, all the detected faces will be saved into the database. Here one face is detected. Further, I have to fetch the interested region, okay, the face region, and I should save into the database. Here, this code you are familiar with, right? Same as the previous hands-on code which I have tried, right? It will detect the face, and we have already detected the face. It will fetch the region of a face, and it will save into the database. I am plotting the region of interest, right? We are interested to detect the face. Okay, when we look into the folder, we have successfully detected the face of a person in an image. Okay, let us try testing this code. Okay, now I will change the image. I have something called this image Audi, image name Audi. Okay, I will pass this image through my model, and I will verify my model whether it's good to deploy or not. Okay, it is in JPEG format. I have imported the image. Are all the process, detected the edge, contours. Okay, I was able to fetch the number plate from the image. Okay, it is Audi A3. Next task is to fetch the face of a person from the image. Since the image is very small, okay, it's not so clear. See, we are able to get the face of a person. You can if to save the multiple faces or the images, you can just mention the time system timings while saving the images, so that you can save multiple images. Okay, that is all about how to detect number plate and face through OpenCV. I hope everyone are clear with the concept which I have explained till now. Value error on line 14. Okay, kernel restart and run on. If you have any doubts, you can post the question in chat box so that I can clear. I asked how to differentiate between employee and customer in the bank using this model. Yeah, to differentiate the employee and the customer, we should train the higher level model, where here we are doing face detection to detect the employee face, or for the biometric system we can use face recognition model. Okay, where we will pre-train the model with the particular faces with their names. Okay, when the model detects the face of a particular person, it will display the name, and it will save to the database, so that we can make out that this is the employee, and whoever the customer comes in will not be our model will save the image but will not be able to recognize the name of a person. Okay, this is how we can differentiate between employees and the customers in the real time applications in a bank. Okay, mm, that is another interesting topic to work on, the face recognition. I hope I have cleared that doubt, as this project is great for CV, yes. You can mention, as I told before, you can mention this project in your CV, and it will give good weightage to you as a beginner in the field of data science. Is it possible to get clarity image of the person through coding? Yeah, through coding, yes. If we do threading, we can surely get the more cleared image. Okay. Since I have this image which is not so clear, the image size is very small, so it's blur. Clear with the concept, but we need to try it more and more by our end. Yes, the artificial intelligence, whatever deep learning, machine learning, it's nothing but trial and error method. We should try with the different ideas, and we should come up with the solutions. Thank you. Yes, good explanation. Thank you. How to get a moving car number plate? Yeah, surely I will explain. The next concept which I am going to explain is how to detect the number plate and the face from a moving car. Okay. Hope I am clear. Everyone are clear with the concept which I have explained till now. If you comment yes, so that I can move forward with the concept, and I will walk you through the demo how we can implement the real-time number plate and face detection, okay, using IP cameras. Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving forward, I will close this. I will go to code. Now I will not go in depth through this project. Okay, I will explain the architecture, how actually the real-time application of the face and number plate detection in the market works. Okay, this code is familiar with you, right? Real-time face detection. I have imported the required libraries. I have imported Har cascade classifier, and I have written a function to detect the face, so that I can use my function, this function in the file which to detect face and the number plate. This is the basic code. Someone asked how to save the multiple images. Look here, I am specifying the file name with the date and time of detection of particular face, right? If you save the images like this, you can get multiple face images. Okay, this is how face detection. This is as simple as that. Next, here I have used CNN for the convolution neural network for the number plate detection, where the number plate detection algorithm which we have used using OpenCV is effective, but it will not work in every conditions. Okay, so what we should do is we should build a robust model to detect the number plate and face. So we have used CNN model. This is all the code I have written to detect the when we detect the number plate, to clean the plate and to fetch the number from a plate. Okay, I have written a class for plate detector. Here CV2 get structure element returns the what should be the structure of your number plate. Okay, it should be rectangular or square plates. Okay, it can be achieved by CV2 morphological transformations. What morphological transformation does? It will help us to turn write a code or the get the architecture of how our number plate should look like. Next comes how find the possible plates. Okay, when we pass the images or a video through the code, it should be able to detect the number plates. That code has been written here. Here the pre-processing is nothing but like Gaussian blur, as I told. CVT, color from colored image to grayscale image. These are the basic operation which I am performing on the number plate. Okay. Next, I have written the what function to or method to detect the character on a number plate. Okay. Next comes the concept of contrast to detect the edges in a number plate. These are the basic functions to detect the number plates and make the changes or the modification which as per my requirement to the project. Okay, this is all about like cleaning the plate, like removing the noise from the plate. These are all the basic functions which have implied in the class of plate detection. Next comes number plate. Here I have used the neural network so that when we pass the data or the image through the module, what it happens is it will be accurately detecting the number plate in the image or the video in the real time and will be able to fetch the number plate from the image within a fraction of second. This is what the code I have written inside the number plate. Okay, in the recognized plate input, recognized plate is contains the image of same plate, get the best image in the list and calculate the average plate. What basically I have done is done here is I will get the multiple, as I told, the sometimes the images will be not clear. So what we will do is we will get the multiple images of the number plate and best of the best image will be saved into the database. Okay, this is all the basic functions regarding that. Next comes I have written architecture for CNN what algorithm here in this file. Okay, this is all about the how to transfer the tensors, how to create that. Okay, now there will be a question in everyone, like why we are using only CNN model, why not other neural network model, right? See, to explain that, assume we have a image with size of 28 cross 28 cross 3, right? 3D image. Okay, if you pass that through a fully connected neural network, the number of weights in the first hidden layer will be 2352. Okay, this is the image which I have displaying in the right bottom is the image of fully connected network, right? Here the with every neuron to hidden layer there will be a weight associated with that, right? If we assume when the weight, if we assign the weight for the individual from neuron to the hidden layer, there is huge number of, there will be huge number of weights in the fully connected network, right? Basically the image will not be 28 cross 28, it will be around 200 cross 200 cross 3. So the fully connected network will be very big further, right? The weights will be very high, where when the weights are very high there will be a chance of overfitting, like over learning the model, and our model will not come up as a good model. So to avoid this overfitting of the model, we use convolution neural network, where the convolution neural network is in convolution neuron in the layer will only be connected to the small region of the layer before it. Okay, here if it is the layer, if it's pooled layer, okay, if you can observe in the previous image, here each neuron is connected to a hidden layer, but in the convolution neural network this neuron is connected to only one hidden layer. Okay, based on the probability of what weightage of the information we gained is, right? That's why the why the efficiency of convolution neural network is. Okay, moving forward, I will run the code. Okay, I will show the demo of how I can recognize the number plate and face in the real time. Okay, before that I like to clarify few things regarding this what code or the model. The system can detect and recognize two types of license plate, that is rectangle plate and square plate. Okay. Next is, this system can detect and recognize license plate from videos and webcams in real time. Within this project, the camera position is fixed. The camera is not moved. It will fix at the place, and only one car at a time can drive through the gate. Okay, if we are implementing this in a parking lot project, usually the one car will enter into the gate through the gate, right? Therefore, the system is only able to detect one plate per frame. Next is, what method? Subex, for detecting vertical edges followed by morphological transformation to detect the what shape of the number plate is, finding the contours like edges, checking the character on the possible plates and found the assure it is a license plate. Okay, to write the number in the license plate. Next, plate recognition. Mobile net has been used. I am using the Python 3.6. Okay, the parameter which we are playing around is minimum plate area, maximum plate area, and kernel size. Okay, these are the kernel size is nothing but to get structure element, right? How our number plate should, like, it should be rectangle or square. That's where kernel size comes in. Okay, here I have written a run file, where if we execute this file, we can get the number plate and face of a video. Okay, we'll move forward. This is the, I am creating a directory named cropped file, where I will save all the detected faces into cropped file, and similarly for a number plate as well. Next, I am accessing the video from the recorded video, right? I am importing the recorded video here. And if you are using IP cameras, we should do the threading. Okay, we should run the code on threading, where we use RTSP protocol, real-time streaming protocol, where there will be no lag in the obtaining videos. Okay, this is, here I am calling my number plate detect class and face detect class. Okay, this is all about the code. We'll move ahead and run the code. Open the terminal here itself. LPR Python. It will take some time, 5 to 6 seconds. Yes, video stream is ready. If you observe here, when the car enters into this frame, the number plate will be automatically detected. Okay, it will mention the RGB color also. Okay, red, green, and blue. You can see the number plate will be focusing more and more when the vehicle move towards the camera, right? If you observe, see here the car is entering. Now it will detect the number of a car, and it will refocus the number plate to get the best plate from the best number plate image. Okay, parallelly, I would like to show not only gathering the image of a plate, we are also able to get the numbers in a format, right? 30A61235, that's the number of a car. We can write, we will get the threading time also. Okay, this is all about how we can detect the real-time number plate and face using CNN. Okay, I can show you how the plates are stored in. See, the plates will be updated when it's detected. See, 29A 33185. You can also observe at what time the number plate has been saved, right? Based on the system timings. Okay. based on the system timings. Similarly, if you if you see this, the cropped faces we can detect. Okay, this is all about how we can detect real-time face and number plate. Yes, if you have any questions. If you have any questions regarding the concept which I have explained, please do ask in the comment section. So it's almost 4. I have to wrap up the session so that the next session will be starting. How is facial recognition is working in iPhones? Whenever we take the phone, it automatically recognizes. Yes, is facial recognition. It will be high level model. Okay, it's not as base as the OpenCV model. The facial recognition in open phones and all to detect unlock the phones, it will be higher level model with the complicated neural networks. Okay, to detect the particular person face to unlock the phone. I hope everything is clear. If you have any questions regarding the concept, please do ask. Try to rerun the code which I have provided and try to understand each and every line so that you will be more clear when you run through it again and again. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I hope the session was helpful. Thank you. You can try the code whenever you want. It will be available in my GitHub repository. Okay, that Jupyter notebook file. Thank you. What if there are more number of rectangular images in the picture? Yeah, if there is more rectangular, you should try to adjust the parameter of minimum neighbors. Okay, if you try to adjust the minimum neighbors value, you can get the more accurate result. Okay, I think I can wrap up the session. I think every topic which I have explained are clear. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sachin. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for your time and effort of conducting this workshop. We are extremely grateful to you. Thank you, Sachin.
Thank you. Thank you, Rohit. Thank you. Thank you for everyone participating and encouraging me to uh, take this demo smoothly. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Bye bye.
Bye, Sachin. Thank you
Bye
so
bye.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, we've had 2 tiring days. However, um, ev- the best is always at the last. So we have a special speaker joining us from Rakuten. Namit, are you around?
Hi Rohit, how are you?
Good, good. How are you doing?
Very well. Can you guys hear me well?
Loud and clear.
Awesome.
So, as I said, the best is always at the last. Introducing Namit here. Namit works for Rakuten. Rakuten is a Tokyo headquartered global leader in e-commerce, fintech, mobile services. Namit leads the product management for data science and AI and other solutions at Rakuten. He's been working with startups for almost a decade, if I am not wrong, and
Sure.
taking them to growth stage from a very early stage by using data science, machine learning, and AI, and automation as a technology stack. Over to you, Namit.
Sure. Thank you so much, Rohit, and welcome everyone. I hope all of us are safe and sound, working from home, and yeah, these are unusual situations, right? and circumstances. But here is an opportunity for all of us, right, to still be live and be able to work with each other, right? So when Rohit reached out, right, he had a few ideas in mind that he suggested I can speak on. And one of the things that was that seemed very interesting was how can we really build an AI-driven innovation environment, right? Whether within an organization or within the startup ecosystem, right? So I have had the wonderful opportunity, right, to be very closely involved with organizations of different size and scale, and have seen very up close and personal how different organizations are using AI and data science to create both a competitive advantage for themselves, but also to fast track several innovation opportunities, right? So what are some of the things which help us do that? So one of the things which is extremely crucial, and I'm sure in the last several sessions you must have realized, is that the genesis of AI often starts with having access to the right kind of data sources, right? So as an organization, if you are a very large organization fragmented across multiple uh, business units and services and products and so on, very soon you start seeing a fragmentation of data. And that often gets in the way of having rapid innovation and having the right kind of an AI development environment, right? Since data is actually front and center of all of data science and AI. So that is the first part. The first problem that everyone should try to solve is to make sure that all kinds of data is democratically accessible to everyone within an organization so that they're free to innovate and free to create value, right? If you're not a large organization, right? If you're actually, if you look at the startup ecosystem, right? One of the problems that many startups struggle with is since your business is new, you don't really have any historical data to work with, right? And one thing that will be helpful, especially from an India innovation standpoint, is that if central bodies like NASCOM or anyone else can actually start building not just the India stack, but also create an environment where you can have a data sharing or a data repository access which multiple startups should be able to access to. This is a very hard problem, because often we look at data as our proprietary access. But from a startup ecosystem standpoint, if we can develop a system or a mechanism in place which actually enables a common data access for several small organizations, uh, that will be very helpful. It's a long shot, but it will be helpful as an AI ecosystem within India. The second thing, which is extremely valuable for an organization, is that once you have made access to data more open, more available for everyone, the natural next step is that are you giving everybody the right kind of environment required to do sciences, which means you have to have the right investments, you have to support them with the compute resources and whatnot, right? So how are you really enabling folks to do sciences? Maybe you are giving your scientists easy access to Amazon Web Services or the Azure Cloud and stuff like that, right? So that can be extremely helpful. So it's not just enough to have data easily available. At the end of the day, most of the sciences needs dedicated compute uh, environments, right? And the third thing is that in order to build more of an organizational value system around AI, it's also helpful to train your engineering workforce or whoever uh, on AI itself, right? So the sort of training is extremely valuable to make sure that as an organization you can succeed with AI. So these are some of the key aspects to keep in mind. If you are a startup, right, you're often focused on how do I monetize my AI solution, right? If I'm trying to create a object detection from videos, how do I monetize it? So I think from a startup standpoint, it helps more to be use case driven. So if you try to keep your innovation, your AI research projects more aligned with your end user use cases, you are likely to see more success uh, rather than having an open-ended research which is waiting for a problem statement, right? So that's something to keep in mind if you are a startup or a small organization trying to make an impact with AI, right? Um, One thing to keep in mind also is that if you look at most of the machine learning or data science problem, right? These problems are uh, often experimentation, right? Long running trial and error, which goes on for a fairly long period of time, right? So how do you create your system to be able to run over a period of time and iteratively improve, right? Most of the uh, AI problems are not like old school traditional engineering problems, right? Where you have the exact requirement, you implement it, you solve, and you move on, right? More often than not, AI problems are iterative in nature, which means that as an organization, you have to build an extremely agile mindset to make incremental impact and not really stop yourself from finding the north star. You have to make incremental impacts and keep moving forward and have a system in place which allows you to iteratively improve, right? So that's extremely valuable. And quite frankly, if you see most of the successful organizations, right, who have used AI at scale, they never started with the perfect solution, right? They had a 70% accurate solution. They launched it as a beta. However, they had the right mechanism to define what that 70% accuracy means for your users. So say, for example, if you look at the auto suggest in Gmail, right? Or if you look at the recommendation systems for most of the e-commerce platforms, it never starts with being 100% accurate, right? But as you use it more and more, it keeps getting better and better, and that is the defining attribute of any AI system. It will not be 100% accurate to start with. It will probably be much lesser, but how you actually create a customer experience, right? Which even with a 70% accuracy is still meaningful, is still helpful, and you create an innovation system, right, within your organization where with every 1% improvement, you are making a meaningful, measurable impact of how your user's life is getting better. So keep that in mind. Don't worry too much about, hey, my system is not 100 percent accurate, so maybe it's no good. What you actually need to do is that whatever accuracy you have, who is it can help, and start there, right? So keep that in mind. The last thing which I would like to share is that so I actually started, long back as a machine learning scientist, right? And one of the things, if I look at, the early 2000s and such, right? A lot of the development which has happened in this space has happened because many people all over the world worked on the same problem, right? And they really worked with each other well. They were very driven to solve the problem, not just as individuals, but as the overall machine learning ecosystem, right? So the value of a good uh, collaboration is extremely important to solve some of the harder machine learning problems. So see who you can work with jointly, how you can actually uh, create a more shared success for some of these problems, whether it is within a single organization or it is working within the startup ecosystem, right? All of that that can be extremely valuable. So I don't want to like keep it a monologue. Maybe you can ask me questions. I see one question from Pratiksha, and her question is, what can be the first AI project a student can start with? Well, you can actually start with anything you find interesting, right? One thing which I'd like to really do is to replicate a system which has been built by someone else, right? So you actually learn how to implement an AI system. You understand the software, you understand algorithms, you learn how to implement a new algorithm, right? So it sort of helps you to get familiarized, see whether you can replicate someone else's success and learn alongside. That's a great way to start, right? After that, you can start expanding the scope. Maybe you can either look at improving an existing system, or you can look at a completely new problem, right? And see if you can solve this. So it helps to start replicating somebody else's success. There's no shame in that. Uh, Anything that can help you learn and get better is always welcome, right? Okay, so there's another question on what's your advice to those future entrepreneurs. Well, if you ask me, every entrepreneur is unique. Every problem an entrepreneur is trying to solve is also unique in its own way. So my advice would be, try to find a problem that is both valuable as well as you are really excited about solving it, right? It means a lot for you if you can solve that. And I think that way you will constantly be driven and motivated, right?
Hi, Nimit. Can I ask one or two questions that have come?
Sure, sure,
Yeah.
sure, Raj, go ahead, please.
I mean, for the beginners, I mean, people who've just started studying AI, what are the key things that you recommend it to them? The kind of projects that they should take. Should they be focusing more on internships, etc.? These are students largely listening to you
Right.
today. So what? I mean, how did your journey started? Can there be are there learnings from your journey which you could share, in the sense of, because a lot of students over the last 48 hours have asked, is it good to do an internship even if it is non-paid, to learn more about, because slowly but gradually industry is demanding a lot of practical exposure when you get into job, even from the freshers. How do they tackle this?
Right. Right, absolutely. So, so I can share my experience, and I think it's very similar to the experience of a lot of the folks I know. So, uh, an internship is always valuable. So, I started my ML experience from a completely academic internship. I did my internship long back in 2002, I guess, uh, under a professor who was a leading researcher in the field of neural networks, right? And 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 that really helped me understand uh, at an algorithmic level, right, what it means to build neural nets and support vector machines and so on and so forth, right? Now, not everyone may be interested in going for an academic internship, right? So some of the folks might want to do it more at an industry, right? So my suggestion is an internship gives you a flavor of how other people are solving AI problems, how other folks who are doing it well and doing it successfully, right, are actually solving it well. And you learn a lot from seeing somebody else's success, right? Uh, I don't think it matters a lot whether it is, you receive a stipend at the end of it or not. But my suggestion is every internship requires you to do some work, right? And if it is work, you should receive a wage at the end of it, right? It is probably not ethical to ask students to work for free. Uh, it is not. It is okay if that amount is less. That's fine, but it should not be zero. So I think if someone is asking you to work for free, I am not a big believer of that. So always go for an internship which has a stipend, because that also means that the organization values your work seriously, right? So your chances of learning something at a place which values that is a lot more. Also, I don't know any organization which expects interns to just work for free. I am not aware of that, and it should not happen.
No, there are many now.
Yeah, but I wouldn't recommend you to go
Yeah.
anywhere.
No, I absolutely
Yeah.
agree. Yeah. The other question that and it has come now also, is something on what kind of I mean, it says global certificate, but I'm assuming the person meant what kind of courses the one should pick up, from a student perspective, that it helps them enhance their CV, landing up a job opportunity, etc. Are there 2 3 courses that you would have seen in last year or so, which you think,
Right.
if anyone comes to you for an interview, should have done, should know, etc.?
Right. So my approach for interviews, right, is less of certifications and more of skills, and it's the skills which matter, not the certification itself, right? However, uh, how do you develop certain skills, and what skills should you focus on, right? So on that note, I would suggest that there's some really valuable courses on either uh, Coursera or Udemy, right? Some of the courses are even free, right? You can also go and do uh, some courses from MIT or Stanford and such, right? Where they've actually shared that it's open. Anyone should be able to go and learn that. So I think focus a lot more on skills. I don't think for most of the AI uh, or serious AI jobs, it's the certification which matters. It's the skills which outweigh certification a lot more. That's one. The second part is focus on a few areas and do it well. So if you look at the field of data science and AI, right, it can be very broad. So say, for example, you can actually become an expert in, let's say, supervised learning for streaming data, right? You can master Spark. You can master something like TensorFlow and stuff like that. Select one thing and focus on that, because that is going to make you more skillful, and those skills can be easily transferred to a new problem, and that might work well.
And I'm kind of plugging myself in. Do you
Sure.
think hackathons are the way to enhance your skills live on industry problem statements, etc., etc.? Does that help?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm a big believer in hands-on learning. So anything where you are building something real is actually a great way to learn.
Right. Yeah. There's one more. I mean, again, this question has been coming for last 48 hours. Do you think, this whole AI, machine learning, this whole data science is also for the students who have not pursued technology as a course?
Right.
Can they now start up? How important is mathematics for them? I mean, in the past, whether they are good at mathematics, does that define how good will they be able
Right.
to learn AI or not?
Right.
Can the
So
non-techies learn AI? Is in
right.
a broader manner.
Yeah. And I think that's a fair question, right? And I think more and more, so you can actually segment the world of AI into three buckets, right? The first bucket is of an AI researchers. These are the folks who build new algorithms, right? Who actually are hands-on with the science and the maths of why neural networks works, right? They understand what are Hilbert spaces. They understand the maths behind a support vector machine, right? That is the bucket which expects deep expertise, right? The second bucket are the AI or the ML engineers. These are the folks who actually go and uh, use AI software and AI frameworks and write software over and above that to integrate with larger engineering systems, right? Say, for example, if you are a large e-commerce organization and you want to build a new recommendation system which is running at scale and so on and so forth, you will need somebody who has an ML or a data engineering background who can actually do that, right? They may not be building algorithms themselves, but they will actually understand how to use it, what are the scale aspects of it, and so on. The last bucket are the AI practitioners who are familiar with using uh, data, Excel sheets, and whatnot, right? And would want to do advanced ML-based analysis, right? Who can slice and dice data and so on and so forth. Look at them as analysts, right? And my understanding is that every human being is able to do some sort of analysis and should be able to do that, right? So having an AI skill is actually very helpful. In fact, I I don't have the link handy, but if you search on the internet, there's a new phrase now called Jupyter is the new Excel. So basically, a lot of analysis, right, is now moving out of Excel into a Jupyter notebook, and 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 if that is happening, then I think everyone should be familiar and able to do some basic AI driven analysis and such.
Again, one more question. I've also given it to you on the private chat. Are there books that some scientists would have written which you could recommend
Yeah.
that students should read? Are there any
Right.
books or any other literature that they should be reading at an early age to get more hands-on learning, more hands-on
Yeah.
understanding of the subject?
Sure. So my suggestion is, if you look at a course on Coursera by Andrew Ng, right? And the name of the course is Machine Learning. That is a course I actually recommend to everyone. And it has some very useful references and even hands-on sessions and such. I think it makes it fun. It is also a good learning experience. I think you will find some good references over there. In terms of specific books, right? It's a pretty wide uh, range, right? In the sense that you can have books ranging from the maths of neural networks to statistical learning and stuff like that, right? So I would suggest most of the softwares, if you look at, let's say, Spark, or if you look at TensorFlow, they have very good documentation and they have very good hands-on exercises. So if you start from there and work backwards, that might be a good way to learn. Sure. So one who is there's one last question which I can see. One who has just cleared masters and wants to go in AI research field, what steps should be taken? Well, my suggestion is, if you're not already an expert in Spark and TensorFlow and such, start learning those skills. Uh, Feel free to start applying for some jobs which require data science skills, right? Which will help you become a better data scientist and be able to use those skills, right? That might be fun.
Are there more questions that have come?
Sure.
No.
The top best books you prefer or would recommend for a
No.
teenager?
Andrew NG.
Yeah. Andrew, I think.
Right. So yeah, this is it. Thank you, Nimit, for your time on a weekend. Literally, I mean,
Yeah.
since the pandemic, every day has been looking like a weekend. I hope this gets over very soon now. Thank you for your time, and I kind of appreciate your help and talking to the audience today. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rohit, and have a safe weekend. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, this brings to the end of the AI.NXT, the inaugural summit. We've had some fantastic set of speakers. We have had some great set of participation in terms of audience, questions, etc. We hope to bring back more of these events, more often than not. So we'll keep interacting with all of you over the period of next 30 days or so, launching our new initiative, sharing it with you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your support extended. It would not have been possible without your support. Thank you, the entire team internally who worked on this initiative. Also, your certificates will be live on the website after 12 tomorrow. You could download those from the website itself, and yeah, in case you have any problem in doing so, you could reach out to us via Telegram, via uh, whatever methods that you want to reach out to. All of you by now know all the core team members. So reach out to us if in case you face any problem, though I am 100% confident that you will not face any problem tomorrow. And look forward to see you more often than not. Stay safe. Thank you so much. God bless. Bye.